right around Huntley. He reaches. Oh, that ball's out. That's live. Back the other way. Sam Hubbard, the Cincinnati Kid. Hubbard's got a convoy. Chased by Andrews. At the 30, the 20. He will score.
To the end zone, down the field, and it is deflected and gone. Touchdown, A.J. Green.
Goes back to throw. Men are coming late. Looks right down the middle. There's Eddie Brown. He has it at the 35 to the 30. He may go 10-5. Touchdown.
Now the Bengals Super Bowl chances rest on his right foot. The kick is up.
Yeah.
It is good.
Corey Dillon, he's gone. The knockout punch, you're looking at it. 65 yards.
And they're back to throw as the blitz is on. Goes long, intended for Collinsworth. He has it down to the 20. Touchdown. And Chris Collinsworth.
Throwing the long ball. Deep down the field. It's coming. Touchdown. Cincinnati.
Look at Chase go. Oh my goodness, what a gear he just found. Case for the touchdown. Wow, Chase is on the case.
It is no fluke. It is a fact. The Cincinnati Bengals are headed to Super Bowl 56. The play clock at 3. Shotgun snap. Carr throws into traffic. Intercepted. Jermaine Pratt has the football.
Yeah.
Coffin nails.
Bam, bam, bam. How about that?
Craig, what is up, my dude? Thank you for being here for the Chatterbox Bengals watch along. Cincinnati Bengals are taking on the Pittsburgh Steelers here on Thursday Night Football on a game that I have maybe ignorantly and wrongly called a must-win, but I'll get into why I think that you can really flip this season on its head if you win tonight. But Reid Maus, Craig Sandlin, bringing it into you right here on Chatterbox Sports. Craig, how are you, my guy?
I'm good. Happy Thursday. Bengals back on prime time in a standalone spot. Chance to show the nation that they are back, and that second half against the Packers wasn't a fluke.
I hope you're right.
Excited, Reid.
I hope you're right, because that was the first time I've was excited watching the Cincinnati Bengals in almost a month. Was those 2 quarters up in Lambeau Field. I'm hoping for 4 exciting quarters here tonight. You got a full pregame show ready for us to rip, so let's dive right in.
We do. Of course, we'll get into that Packers matchup along with a preview for tonight's Steelers game. But first, news from the Amazon Prime pregame show. Reid, Joe Burrow on track to return. This, according to NFL insider Ian Rappaport. Quote, he is on track, doing well with no setbacks, which means if he continues in this direction, he should be back on the field mid-December, and has told people close to him he absolutely intends to be back. He just needs the team to stay alive until then. Now, Reid, we don't know if mid-December means the Ravens game in week 15, if he means the Dolphins on the 21st, what exactly mid-December means. Now, the other piece of this is that Rappaport was reporting this based on the initial timeline. So if he's ahead of schedule, which some reports had said, he could be back even earlier than that. But right now, Joe Burrow coming back to this team, and I think the hope of Joe Burrow coming back to this team gives them tremendous hope and tremendous energy coming into tonight and beyond. They showed Joe Burrow on the field pregame, Reid. He's there. He's ready to go, although he kind of looked a little emo, I'm not going to lie. Had the hair down in his face, didn't look happy to be there. But nonetheless, he's there cheering on his teammates. First time we have seen Joe Burrow since the injury. Your take on him being on track to return on time and what that means for the Cincinnati Bengals team?
So first, Joe's always a little emo, right? Like he's always a little Fallout Boy, mid-2000s trip. He's not like the charismatic guy that lights up a room. He's always kind of just like a quiet, stoic, I think is probably the right word to describe Joe Burrow. But listen, when I have been I have been challenging myself into what I want this Cincinnati Bengals season to be. Like, do I want them to strip it all down? Do I want them to start looking towards 2026 and beyond? Or do I still want to fight and keep this alive? And for the prior 2 weeks, I'd been saying here, like, yeah, whatever, man. This isn't good. We're one of the worst teams in the league. This isn't good. Let's strip it down. Let's go. But there was two pillars that I always thought needed to happen that we were always not sure of what would happen. And one is Joe Burrow even coming back? So, like, when we're talking about should we keep fighting, should we keep this season alive, like, one thing that always needed to happen was Joe Burrow's going to come back. That's good news for me and Rappaport, saying that, yeah, he intends to come back. Everything is progressing that way, that we should be heading that way. Of course, there's a long time between now and the middle of December to where things could go wrong, a hiccup in recovery, whatever it is. Things like that happen all the time. That could put a thorn in that side. But the other piece now is, all right, we got to keep the season afloat now. And part of keeping the season afloat is tonight's game, amongst others. But tonight's game is a big thing for that. But my initial reaction is we're kind of getting clarity. Like, we kind of were just working off of hope when it came to this Joe Burrow injury. Like, okay, it's a 3-month injury. He got it in the middle of September. 3 months would be the middle of December. Okay, well, we'll see what happens in the middle of December. Now we're getting a little clarity of like, yeah, he intends to come back. Yeah, everything's going well, and the middle of December looks like a good timeline for him to come back.
Yeah, and again, just kind of reiterates the reason why the Bengals went out and made the move for Joe Flacco, right? And we'll talk about Joe Flacco throughout this show, but if they didn't believe that Joe Burrow was coming back, and they didn't believe that there was hope to get into the playoffs and progress in the playoffs with a healthy Joe Burrow, then there's no need to make that trade, right? You just roll with Jake Browning, whatever happens, and you go from there. But that's not the case. The case is that they're expecting Joe Burrow back. They're expecting that he's only going to come back if this team is still in contention. And so from their perspective, they had to do what they could to try and make sure that this team stays in contention until that mid-December timeline that they're talking about. And so with that being said, the pressure that you talked about this morning in terms of the Bengals feeling pressure versus the Steelers feeling pressure, the pressure is on the Bengals to stay in this race. And it starts tonight, Reed. Obviously, last week, the Bengals went to Green Bay. Joe Flacco starts on a short week. We talked about it this morning on Off the Bench and about that, and we've talked about it throughout the past week plus. But realistically, Joe Flacco came into this Packers game. We wanted to get him reps. We had to get him ready to go so that when we did hit this stretch here, which is Steelers, Jets, Bears, Steelers, that you can try to win 3 or 4 of those games. And that's really the key. And so now as we take a look back to last week and we talk about Joe Flacco's performance there, I think it gives you a little bit of hope that, hey, that first half was certainly vanilla. There wasn't a whole lot going on there in the offense. Didn't get a whole lot going. But that second half really showed what could be as he continued to get on the same page with his wide receivers. And we really saw him and specifically Jamar Chase team up there in the second half, right, Reed?
Yeah, no, that was a big piece, is that second half. And it was kind of a trial by fire for Joe Flacco and something that we knew was going to happen going up to Lambeau Field. I don't think any sane Bengals fan was like, oh, Joe Flacco's going to come in here, we're going to light up the Green Bay Packers and win that game. I'm sure that was the talk and the thing, but really it was him getting him right for this one. And we saw the chemistry kind of materialize in real time. Like, we saw a really slow first half, and then he started just kind of force-feeding Jamar Chase, and he's, for good reason, he's the best wide receiver in the league, or the second best wide receiver in the league, depending on who you ask. So, yeah, there's going to be, anytime that there's a new quarterback or you're throwing, there's a new communication between a wide receiver and quarterback, it's going to take some time to get used to build that chemistry. And we saw it happen in real time, and we're going to see it continue tonight against the Pittsburgh Steelers. And we're just, I guess in a season full of hope, we're just hoping that the second half of Joe Flacco is more of what we get going forward, not the first half of Joe Flacco.
Yeah, well, let's take a quick look at the stats from that Packers matchup. A game, of course, that the Packers won 27-18. Jordan Love in that one, 19 of 26, 259 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Found Matthew Golden for a couple deep balls, which will certainly be something that the Bengals need to contain with DK Metcalf tonight against the Steelers. He had 3 receptions for 86 yards. Josh Jacobs, 18 carries for 93 yards and 2 touchdowns, both of them coming in the second half. Josh Jacobs really had a great second half, really wore down this Bengals defense. And for a team in Pittsburgh who likes to be physical and certainly has historically ran the ball really well, this Bengals defense will need to be ready for that this week again. Joe Flacco, as we talked about, I think that's wrong. I don't think he was 19 of 45. Must have been a typo there. Must have been 29 of 45. Apologize for that.
45, yep.
Yeah. Apologize for that one, but I'll do a quick update. 219 yards, 2 touchdowns, and the most important thing, which we talked about on Off the Bench this morning, no interceptions. And, of course, that connection with Jamar Chase, 10 receptions, 94 yards, and that nice back shoulder touchdown grab there at the end of the game. Now, Reed, one of the other things that came out of this whole
5 games of the season, he had 9 carries. So he had 6 carries in the game against Packers and 9 carries before that. So it's pretty clear that he's becoming a part of this offense. And the reason I think that you'll see more of Samaje is because I think that there is a fear or at least an understanding of Joe Flacco's lack of mobility. Not that Joe Burrow or Jake Browning were Lamar Jackson or Justin Fields or Michael Vick or anything like that and getting away from sacks, but Joe Flacco is certainly not that. And Samaje is the better back in terms of protecting and helping protect on some pass blocking when Flacco is going to drop back. So we're going to see Samaje out there more often. Do I intend for him to take the majority of the carries? No, I still intend Chase Brown to take the majority of the carries. But you are going to see Samaje out there more often, and I'm okay with that. And with a line that is struggling to create space for Chase Brown, who, even though he was a cowbell at Illinois in college, and even though he's gotten a majority of carries, he's more of a speed guy. He's not a lower shoulder, run you over kind of guy. He's a pretty good back, but he's not that. Samaje is closer to that. He is a lower his shoulder, gain the extra yard. And if our offensive line isn't going to open up holes for Chase Brown, well, then we're going to have to do something with Samaje, who is that kind of powerful back. So, yeah, to answer your question, I do intend them to split it up more evenly amongst the front, not the 95-5 percentage split between Chase Brown and Samaje before the game against the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah, and let's talk about that real quick. Chase Brown, his usage throughout the season. You start with the game against Cleveland, a slobber knocker of sorts, 21 carries in that one. Found the end zone, his only touchdown of the season so far. Against Jacksonville, 16 carries for 47 yards, and his usage has just continually kind of decreased. Minnesota, 10 carries. Denver, 10 carries. Detroit, 8 carries. Green Bay, 9 carries. And then you look at the flip side, right, and you look at Samaje Perine and the usage that he's had so far. He had 0 carries against Cleveland. He had 0 touches at all against Jacksonville. And then all of a sudden he gets 4 against Minnesota. Now keep in mind, Minnesota was a blowout. Some of those carries were late in the game when it didn't really matter. Only 1 carry against Denver, but then 4 carries against Detroit and 6 carries last weekend against Green Bay. And Reed, one other thing as we talk about the running game this week. Interesting. We talked about it this morning, but saw reports that the expected starting guards tonight, Dylan Fairchild and Jalen Rivers, will get the starts at the guard. The 2 rookies, both veterans, are available tonight with Dalton Reisner and Lucas Patrick, but reports from Charlie Goldsmith that the rookies will get the starts at guard indeed.
I don't even know how to comprehend that. I truly, and I know people are high on Dylan Fairchild, but man, I can't even. I did not see this. I can't believe that, because Dalton Reisner played fantastic on Sunday, at least in the pass blocking game, which is obviously a big part of our offense. What is your reaction? Because I don't even know how to internalize that right now.
Yeah, it's tough. I think a couple things. One is, I think, as you mentioned, Dalton Reisner was great in the passing game last week. he was not good in the run game and has historically not been known to be a great run blocker. So my question is, does this tell me a little bit about the Bengals game plan for tonight? Are they going to try and be physical up front and try to establish that run game, something that we've wanted them to do for weeks now? Are they just in this mode now where, hey, we're sending a message, we're having a youth movement, we're putting in guys who are putting in the work and are getting stuff done, and we're trying to prepare for the long haul? Yes, maybe Dalton Reisner is better today than Jalen Rivers. Maybe Lucas Patrick would be better today than one of these guys. But this is a long haul conversation, not just a 1 week conversation. But the tough part about that, Reed, is obviously this is a team that every week has essentially turned into basically a must win because of what you've done through the first 6 weeks of the season. So yes, I was shocked. I sent it to our social group chat, which I guess you're not in. Maybe we need to either get you in our social group chat, or maybe I'll just send it to our Bengals group chat in the future as well. But yeah, Zach Taylor calling Dylan Fairchild and Jalen Rivers the starting guards threw me off and sent that in. And you know, it's interesting. I think ultimately, to me, it's just a message of what the game plan is tonight in terms of running the football.
Well, I mean, one thing that a positive spin, even though that is jarring to hear that, is you look at our 2025 draft class, we took 6 picks. 5 are going to be starting here tonight in a must-win game, or what I deem as a must-win game. Shamar Stewart, Demetrius Knight, Dylan Fairchild, Barrett Carter, and I assume Barrett Carter is going to start tonight. I guess we don't know that.
Yeah.
And then
the
Jalen
expectations that they'll go three linebackers a lot more this week with the Steelers run game and their usage of tight ends. But in general,
regardless, he's going to see a lot more time. He's going to play a prominent part of the defense today. So I mean, like if you want the positive spin, it's shaping up that there's a lot of confidence in this draft class, or maybe it's not confidence in the veterans that you have around this team. But that is shocking, and you're probably spot on that the plan is going to be try to control this game via the ground. And we saw that to start the second half against the Green Bay Packers. It was a 17-play drive. I mean, there was some throwing, but we ran the ball well and held onto the ball for 10-plus minutes, which – when you're playing a team deemed better than you, the typically the way you go about it is you shorten the game. You don't let them have as many possessions. You try to get the game over as quick as possible, and you try to sneak one out of there. So that's probably part of their game plan is, hey, we're going to try and shorten this game. We're going to try and take longer possessions, and also that helps this defense that pretty evidently has gotten gassed in the second half multiple times now. So whenever there's a drastic move like this, I tend to hold judgment because they're with those guys, right? I'm a fan. I'm sitting here 40 miles north of Paycor Stadium. I don't see these guys every single day, and those guys know more about football than I do, so I tend to hold judgment and wait to see how it plays out because, Al Golden and Pitcher and Zach Taylor, they're all with these guys every single day. So if they're choosing to make these moves, there's a reason for it. They're not just doing this as Hail Mary, desperation attempts, like, maybe the young guys are better. I don't think it's that at all. Like they're seeing something in these guys. So I'll reserve judgment until I guess after the game, and then we'll grade how these guards did and if it was the wise move or not.
Yeah, just under 10 minutes until kickoff here from Cincinnati. We just got our first look of Paycor Stadium, and I got to say, Reed, it looked phenomenal, decked in white, a lot of white in the stands. They were doing the whole light show during the player intros for the night game. Looked really good. So hopefully a great energy there at Paycor. Hopefully not too many Pittsburgh fans. I know there were a ton of Lions fans there 2 weeks ago. So hopefully that's not the case tonight. But you talked about surprising, and you talked about some shocking moves, and one other shocker that came through just a little bit ago, about an hour ago, and that's the inactives for Week 7 for the Cincinnati Bengals. A couple non-surprises, right? Jermaine Burton continues to be inactive. Tanner Hudson was in the concussion protocol. We knew he would be out. Trey Hendrickson was a long shot to begin with. He was out. But McKinley Jackson continues to be out. Matt Lee continues to be out. But then the shocker of the shockers, Cam Taylor-Britt, a healthy inactive in week 7 going up against Pittsburgh. This is a guy that 2 years ago shut down DK Metcalf when they were playing against the Seahawks. Tonight, he's completely inactive and will be in street clothes. Your take on Zach Taylor choosing to deactivate Cam Taylor-Britt?
Well, there's got to be something more there than just his play, because I still would like to think that Cam Taylor-Britt, coming off the bench, is a better option than some of our reserves in the secondary. Man, I mean, how far Cam Taylor-Britt has fallen. I mean, if you would have asked Bengals fans 2 years ago, 2023, where we are right now, week 7, if you would have asked them, name one defensive player that you can lock up long-term, probably the first answer would be Trey, obviously. The second answer for a lot of people would have been Cam Taylor-Britt, because he looked like a bona fide star in this defense. Like, he looked like a lockdown corner. He looked like someone that was going to have a long career in this league, and he still might. But as it sits right now, you're just sitting there wondering, what the heck happened to Cam Taylor-Britt? And it's shocking. It's disappointing. But man, more than anything, you're just sitting here wondering, like, man, how did he fall this far to where in a must-win game at home, he's not even dressing? It's truly something to behold.
Well, and you're going into a rivalry game, and for many, the 3 probably biggest players on this Bengals defense coming into the year, as you just mentioned, Cam Taylor-Britt and Trey Hendrickson and Logan Wilson. 2 of them will be out tonight, and the third of them is playing a reduced role in this defense. Now, how much of that is performance-based? How much of that is scheme-based? How much of that is just preparing for the future? I don't know. But what I do know is that 3 games ago, Cam Taylor-Britt played a total of 5 snaps against Denver. He was very clearly not in favor with this coaching staff. Against Detroit, he got some more. He got 22. He got 49 last week against Green Bay. But if we're being honest, like, his performance has not been there for the last year plus. You can say what you want about PFF grades, and certainly we talk about those a lot. He graded out as basically an average player the last 2 weeks. So, to go from that 3 weeks ago against Denver, where you were basically out of the lineup for most of the game, to working your way back, Detroit 22 snaps, Green Bay 49 snaps, to now being a healthy scratch, there's got to be questions, right? And how much of it is behind the scenes things that we don't know about? I mean, we don't know, right? So,
correct.
Is there a trade in the works? Is Cam Taylor-Britt going to be on somebody else's roster come next Sunday? Maybe he's a piece that the Bengals feel like they can move on from, but I don't know what you're going to get in return for Cam Taylor-Britt at this point, especially the way you're using him. So I don't know. It's very interesting, and certainly was surprising when I saw it come through. I know it was one of the first things we talked about when we hopped on here to get ready for tonight, but man, for somebody who was expected to be your CB1 this year,
right,
to be inactive by week 7, that is definitely jarring. So we'll keep an eye on that as weeks progress and we get further into the season, and how his usage changes, and if he is in fact even on the Bengals in the near future. So definitely a crazy turn of events, and
no doubt about it.
An interesting turn. So with that being said, Reed, we are just a couple minutes away from kickoff. For those of us that didn't watch those people watching that didn't watch off the bench this morning, let's rehash our keys to tonight's game. We didn't have a lot of time to get into a lot of specifics with the Steelers tonight, but your keys to the game, best bets, predictions, wherever you want to go with this.
So a key to the game is, I feel like a broken record, but we saw it in the second half, and it's just get the ball in your playmakers' hands. Just get it to Jamar Chase frequently. They're going to try and put the clamps on him, and you got to keep him honest. You got to throw it to. I hope Andre Yoshivas finds his hands. I think they might try to build some confidence with him early on in this game to try to get him involved after the 3 drops that he had last week. But we've got to be better on third downs. We've got to be better defensively on third down. So that's my second key. Is we've got to get off this field. We've got to keep them behind schedule. Aaron has been good enough for the Steelers this year. He's honestly been exactly what the Steelers need in a veteran presence and someone who can play the game and make a big play here and there. But if we are able to keep the Steelers in, 2nd and 10, 3rd and 9, 3rd and 8, that kind of territory, I really like our defense's chances of keeping this a low-scoring game, which I know is what you anticipate this one to be. So that's my 2 keys. And the first one is a broken record, but you got to get the hand in the playmakers. You got to get it to Ja'Marr Chase as early as often because he's the best player on the field. He is. He's the best player on the field. So get it to him as frequently as possible, and then defensively, you've got to get in those 3rd and long situations.
Is he better than TJ Watt?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know if he's a better.
Yeah, I think
TJ Watt plays a more impactful position. But he's a better player.
Yeah. Interesting. PFF has Cam Hayward as the best player on the field, which is interesting in terms of
went to a sorry school.
Grades so far this year. Look, this Steelers secondary is very, very good. You've got Darius Slay and Jalen Ramsey, both veterans who have been at the top of the game for a long time. Joey Porter Jr., young cornerback who is slotted in to be their lead corner for years to come. You look at Elliott on the back end. Juan Thornhill's had kind of a down year, but is decent. And then obviously that front 4 can get after you. Alex Highsmith, Hayward, Watt, amongst others. This offense is in for a challenge tonight. And like I said this morning, I think they need to establish the run. I think it's going to be one of those 16-13 ball games. I sent a text message to you today that my gut is telling me that the Bengals score on their first possession and then lead the entire way and never look back. And I'd love for that to come true. But key to the game, as always, sounds like a broken record, like you said, but don't turn the ball over. Steelers have thrived when offenses have turned the ball over. Defense has forced 10 turnovers on the season. And those short fields can turn into points really quickly for the Pittsburgh Steelers as Evan McPherson lines up for the kickoff. Pittsburgh will start with the ball in this one, taken at the 2-yard line, brought up the right side of the field and tackled there at the 31. And with that, we will hand it over to Reid Maus to take you through the game. I'll be back at halftime, talk you through the first half stats. And until then, Houday.
Houday. All right, Craig, you can bring it right on over to me. 1st and 10 for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Oh, no, there we go. 1st and 10 for the Pittsburgh Steelers to start here. There's always a few mess-ups here on the Chatterbox Bengals string. Starting at the 31-yard line, we'll get the scoreboard here coming up soon. Immediately drop him back, and a missed tackle by our secondary and a gain of 4 yards for the Steelers. We're wearing the all whites. They are wearing their typical road uniforms. So it'll be 2nd and 6 after a gain of 4. Taking their time, 14 seconds on the play clock, shotgun formation. They have 2 tight ends out on the field. Quick out into the flats, and it's Barrett Carter jumping on the top of Freiermuth. And there will be a flag thrown on the offense. So they would have had the first down, and they'll repeat the second down after the flag. So let's get this scoreboard enacted. So it'll be 2nd and 11. So here's the 2nd and 11 play. Rodgers takes the snap, a lot of time, and gets rid of it and throws one on a one-hop to Bear Carter. And it's going to be 3rd and 11. So incomplete pass. I should have had a Red Bull energy drink because I am dragging today. But we are ready to rock regardless. So 3rd and 11, I said one of the keys to the game was getting off the field, and here we have a chance. 3rd and 11 from the 30-yard line. Alone in the backfield is Aaron Rodgers. He takes the snap. Trying something downfield. And he finds DK Metcalf for a long first down. Man, oh man, you get the first 3rd down of the game. Figure you're going to get 3 and outs, and Aaron Rodgers uncorks one down the right side of the field to DK Metcalf in man-to-man coverage. He is pushed out of bounds at the 31-yard line. What a disaster. All right, 1st and 10 from the 31. Got to see if we can hold him to 3. Pitch play to the long side of the field, open side. And it's going to be a gain of 7 yards. Jalen Warren on the carry. Hometown kid, Caleb Johnson on the Pittsburgh Steelers. Their 3rd-round pick hasn't played a whole lot. Second and 3. Rodgers under center. One man in the backfield, a bunch package to the open side of the field. Ball's in on the left hash mark. It's another pitch play to Jalen Warren. He finds a hole, zigzagging his way through the Bengals defense and gets the first down and then some, brought down at the 14-yard line. We really got to hold him to 3. Man, we got him at 3rd and 11, and Aaron Rodgers just unleashes one on us. Yeah, counter pitch play. You don't see that very often. Man, Aaron Rodgers in a Steelers uniform is my worst nightmare, I think. Rodgers under center. From the 14, it's 1st and 10. Back to the pitch play. Jalen Warren brought down 4 yards behind the line of scrimmage, or past the line of scrimmage. It's 2nd and 6. I can't take another butt whooping, guys. I cannot do that. 2nd and 6. From the 10-yard line. Fake the handoff. Looking to his left. Rodgers for the end zone. Just beyond the outreach of Hayward's hands. He was open. But just too far, or he didn't get to the ball in that back corner. It was a nice ball from Aaron Rodgers. I don't know. Just beyond his reach. I don't know if that's on Aaron for not getting it there or if it's on Hayward for not getting there. But it's 3rd and 6 regardless. Second time they've been in 3rd down. This time medium distance. Rodgers alone in the backfield again. Not a whole lot of pressure. He's rolling out to his left. Now rolling out to his right. No one in front of him. Up-stepping someone, and right as that happened, Smith open in the end zone, and the Steelers will strike first. Had about 9 seconds to get rid of the ball there. And yeah, they'll have a counter here. Thanks, Amazon Prime. From snap to pass, it was 8.63 seconds. Just not good enough. Just not good enough. Already missing Trey Hendrickson. And the Steelers take a 7-0 lead. Okay. Well, they struck first. So here we go. Jonnu Smith with the touchdown. And we got to answer back. Let's hope that our offense can get going. We had them 2 different times in 3rd and long. Well, I guess one time on the 3rd and 11 and then one time on the 3rd and 6, and just couldn't make anything of it. They go to DK Metcalf downfield. Had plenty of time on that 3rd and 6. Just not good enough on 3rd down. Just point blank, not good enough on 3rd down. So here we go. Let's see what our offense can do. Reid Maus, thank you for being here. Give us some likes. Let us know where you're watching from. We're here in Hamilton, Ohio. Craig Sandlin will be on at halftime. I really should have got a Red Bull or some caffeinated drink because I'm dragging. I'll have to get some coffee at halftime. I am already dragging. But let's see what Joe Flacco can do. Let's see if they can build off that positive momentum that they had in the second half. And we'll see what happens. Craig Sandlin did predict that the Bengals score on their first drive and never look back. Not looking good. Also not looking good for, 18-13, his prediction. But heck, I think I've been wrong about pretty much everything I've said in the NFL this season. So I'm buckling up, Jeremy. I'm here for the long haul, baby. So returning it and getting it out to the 27-yard line was Taj Brooks, and now we will take over this offensive unit. It's still early. It is still early. We got him in 3rd and 11. I mean, they had a 50-yard pass play to DK Metcalf. Oh, wow. Joe does look a little depressed. Poor guy. He probably can't move a whole lot with his foot. All right, 1st and 10 from the 27-yard line. To the left of Flacco is Chase Brown. We hand the ball off to Brown. He evades 2 tacklers in the backfield. Would have been a loss of 4. They timed the snap perfectly. A counter play for Chase Brown, and he's able to get 2 yards. So 2nd and 8. I have faith in us too. I could not shake the feeling that we're going to win this game. Flacco alone in the backfield. Samaje Perine there to help with the pressure, and Flacco's going to take a sack on the second play of the game. He had 1 sack all of last week against the Green Bay Packers. This offense had 1 sack, and it just got there way too quick. It's bitten on the sack. They're bringing pressure. Well, they only brought 4 that time, and we just got confused. And what do you know? It's Jalen Rivers who got the start over Lucas Patrick and Dalton Reisner. But it's Jalen Rivers who gets beat out on the interior pressure. Flacco alone, 5 wide, 3rd and 14, dropping back, looking over the middle of the field, and he finds T. Higgins for a first down. What a play. T. Higgins on a post route over the middle, 20-yard gain, huge, needed it, needed the first down. Joe Flacco completes a pass to T. Higgins for another Cincinnati Bengals first down. T, do all the bits. Do all the bits, baby. I can't wear it forwards. Can't see my eyes then. So 1st and 10 from the 40-yard line. Draw play, this time to Chase Brown. He's not met till 5 yards beyond the line of scrimmage, but he's brought down immediate by the linebacker, Elliott. My bad, that's their safety. God, that was a big play. Second and 6. Flacco alone in the backfield. 5 wide. Chase Brown near the near sideline. Going downfield for T. Higgins, and just a little miscommunication between Joe and T. As Joe was leading him to break out wide with the safety over top. T stood in the middle of the field, stayed in the middle of the field, and didn't break that way. So 3rd and 6 we go. Yeah, a little miscommunication, just a little bit. That's a confident throw. That's a confident call on 2nd and 6. To say, I think we can get it on 3rd and 6 regardless. Let's try something downfield. All right, 3rd and 6. Flacco over the middle field finds Jamar Chase, completed, but it's going to be short of the first down line. Short by about 2 yards. We got 3, maybe 4, and they're going to call the offense off the field. We're going to punt it away. Craig saying go for it. I'm saying punt it. I'm punting it there. Fourth and 4 is where we'd be. I'm punting it here. Got 1 first down. Can our defense get off the field? Ryan Rico, that didn't look like a great punt. It's fielded out at the 16-yard line. And the returner is brought down out at the 26. So a 10-yard return. Go to timeout. Thank you all for being here. Seven nothing already. We got to get the ball back. We can't go down 2 scores right off the rip. The Bengals since, was it Craig that said this today? Or was I listening to another podcast? The Bengals since Joe Burrow has gone down, in a game that Joe Burrow has not started. So that's now 16 quarters. The Bengals have had the lead once. And it was when we went up 3-0 against the Denver Broncos on the opening drive. That's the only time that we've had the lead in those 4 weeks. Season's kind of on the line. Here's where I think that the season, I didn't get to say this in the pregame show, but bear with me. And this is why I've gotten really excited, because I do feel like somehow we're going to win this game. And I'll let you know how I feel in about a quarter. But we win this game. Let me put it this way. We'll start backwards. If the Steelers win this game, they go to 5-1. With us at 2-5 and the Ravens at 1-5 and the Browns at 1-5, the division's wrapped up. It is. For the most part, it's wrapped up. You got a 4-game lead 6 weeks into the season, 7 weeks into the season. But here's the thing. We win this game. We go to 3-4. The Steelers would drop to 4-2. Our next 2 games would be the Bears and the Jets. Not saying we're going to win those games, but we're definitely going to be favored in the Jets game. And the Bears game is a game we absolutely can win, and we might even be favored at home against the Bears. Then we go into the bye, and then we play the Steelers again. We go 2-1 or 3-0 in that time. Steelers, Bears, Jets before the bye. We are either 4-5 or 5-4. The Steelers play the Packers, the Colts, and they play the Packers and Colts at home, and then they go to LA. That's their next 3 games before they play us again. So we win tonight, and things kind of shake out how I intend, because I think that they'd probably go 1-2 in those 3 games. The next time we play the Steelers might be for control of the AFC North, if you're following me. Even if they are 5-4 going into that next game, and we are 4-5 if we win tonight and split the next 2 games, and they win 2 out of the next 3, whatever it is, or one of their next 3, however it is, if we beat them and we'd both be 5-5 and we sweep the season against them, we'd be in first place of the AFC North the next time we play them. Just something to think about. I know that's a lot of schedule, what to do, but we're back from a commercial, and it's 1st and 10 from the 26-yard line. Hand off to Jalen Warren. He has a huge hole, and it's a 12-yard carry. WTI Trader says, I hate the Steelers. I'm a bigger baseball fan. My baseball team I like more than my football team. That being said, I despise no team more than I despise the Pittsburgh Steelers. Hate them. I hate all the fans in this area that are Pittsburgh Steelers fans. Drives me nuts. Quick pass on a screen play to DK Metcalf over the middle of the field. Gets a gain of about 5 yards. Reed is just Nick Kirby for the Bengals with all the unrealistic positivity. I'm saying if we win this game, you can talk yourself into the next time we play the Pittsburgh Steelers, it'd be for control of the division. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. 2nd and 4. From the 44-yard line, the Steelers' 44-yard line. Audible at the line, 5 seconds on the play clock. They hand the ball off. It's a flea flicker. Aaron Rodgers rolling out to a right, and he just throws it as he buries it into the turf. And he's pissed at Jalen Warren for the flea flicker. Obviously wasn't what they called, as Aaron Rodgers looked completely surprised once it got flipped back. And my guess is after maybe the flea flicker was the first play and Jalen Warren didn't hear the audible, but clear miscommunication there because everyone was in run blocking mode there. 3rd and 4. Three seconds on the play clock. 2, 1. They get the snap off. Rodgers looking to his right, now looking to his left, trying downfield. Looking for Jonnu Smith. Incomplete. It's going to be 4th and 4. Are they going to bring out the punting unit? We getting off the field? Aaron Rodgers walking off the field. Needed it. How we looking? Not great. Can I tell you one phrase that I hate in football? And I get why they say it. But like when you talk about Aaron Rodgers or Joe Flacco, they'll say they're pretty throwers of the football. I don't like the phrase of the football. Nitpicky. Chuck Nasty takes the fair catch out at the 16-yard line, and that's where our offense will take over. Yeah, we got a 3 and out. Aaron Rodgers was fired up over that flea flicker. If I had to guess what happened there, they called a flea flicker, got up to the line. Aaron didn't like how we were set up, called an audible. Everyone else heard the audible, and Jalen Warren went with it anyways. Luckily, Aaron was looking at the running back. Like, it definitely caught him off guard because after he caught it, he ran off to the right about 5 feet and then just buried the pass. When am I going to buy a Jermaine Burton jersey? Listen, I have 2 Joe Burrow jerseys. I have a new one. I have the one from his rookie year before we changed the jerseys in 2021. For some reason, I was looking at my jerseys today, and I said, let's rock the Andy Dalton. Let's rock the Andy Dalton, baby. All right, I'll tell the fun story about this jersey. I bought this jersey at the end of Andy Dalton. In 2018, I bought this jersey. If you recall, in 2018, the Bengals started 3-1. They had that really fun game against the Atlanta Falcons where Andy Dalton hit A.J. Green in the back of the end zone, right? Everyone remembers that. We go to 3-1. I had a date with my now wife, and we went out to eat. The Bengals play the next week on Sunday Night Football. I bought this jersey, and I bought a brand new Bengals hat so I could sit down and watch my beloved Bengals on Sunday Night Football as they played the Kansas City Chiefs and some rookie quarterback that not many people had heard of at this point. His name's Patrick Mahomes, and they ended up beating us by 1,000,000. So here I am, primetime game again, rocking the same jersey. Let's rock and roll, baby. That's right. They got a first down on the first play. You're right. You're right, Craig. But we did get the punt. It wasn't a 3-and-out. It was a 4-and-out. Better? Better? I'm like, my brain's not all there today, guys. I don't know. I mean, I'm in a fog. Probably have just been up for too long. Like, I am in a fog. No, I'm not saying it's a bad luck jersey. They've won a lot of games. Like, I've owned this jersey a lot. But that is a fun story that I bought this jersey to go sit down and watch Sunday Night Football. And they were like, who's this rookie quarterback? I guess he wasn't a rookie. It was his second year. But 1st and 10 from the 17. Fake pitch play and a screen out to Jamar Chase. That's great play call. Can we give credit for some play call there? The fake pitch play, everyone rolling out. We sent Amarius Mims to block for Jamar Chase. Pretty play. Pretty play. Craig is not at the game. Craig will be on at halftime. Yeah, that was beautiful. That was a cool play call. 8 yards here. Let's see what we got. Stone Shields is at the game. He's worth 3 points. Amarius Mims did exactly what he needed to do there, Nate. 2nd and 2, 5 seconds on the play clock. Flacco dropping back. Looking downfield for Jamar Chase, who is trying for the one-handed catch over top of Jalen Ramsey, and there comes a flag. Defensive pass interference, and we'll move up. Love it there, too. Joey Porter, my bad, not Jalen Ramsey. I'm getting used to these names, guys. I need to get one of our college kids to get me a broadcaster board with all the names and numbers. Obviously, I know the Bengals, but learning the new teams on the fly is sometimes tough. So 1st and 10 from our own 39-yard line. Fake the handoff. Jamar Chase looked like he slipped. He was open, wide open, pass high. Did he slip or was that just me? Show us the replay here, Amazon. Would have been good for 10 yards plus as it was a play-action play. He had to have slipped. Zach's pulling all the right levers. Yeah, or it just, I don't know. Just didn't hit him in stride, I guess. Too tall of a pass. Definitely slipped. And a bad throw. It was probably both. 2nd and 10. Here we go. Handoff to Samaje Perine. He's going to get 6 yards on the carry. Make it 5. So it's going to be 3rd and 5. Yeah, the play call has been beautiful on this drive. Hopefully we don't stall out from the one incomplete pass. And if we do, that just shows you kind of how lackluster of a team we are, or how lackluster of an offense, to where one bad play can completely stall out a drive. Throw was high and he slipped. It was the combination of the both. 3rd and 5. Perine in the backfield with Flacco. Flacco looking over to the left side, now stepping up. He finds Noah Fant for a first down. The check down to the tight end gets us a first down, and we're moving the chains. We're across midfield. Good job, Noah Fant. Good job, Joe Flacco. There was a little bit of pressure there. Looking left. Steps up to his right and immediately finds Noah Fant in the open space. First and 10 from the 48. Flacco fakes the handoff. He's got to get rid of it quickly. And, I mean, Chase Brown, what are you doing, son? Chase Brown would have been free for forever. It was a play-action play. The blitzer ran right by Chase Brown. And Elliott got right in Flacco's face, and Brown just couldn't bring it in. I mean, Brown, if he corrals that, I mean, he gets 15-plus yards. Golly. That's not a touchdown, but that's 15 yards at least. Hand the ball off to Samaje Perine. I know there's someone smiling, someone that often critiques play call that's smiling after the incomplete pass on the first down, run on the second down mantra that we've now done twice on this drive. We get 4 yards on the carry. Chase Brown is having a bad year. Third and 6. I think we're in 4-down territory regardless. We send Yoshivas in motion. Samaje in the backfield with Flacco. 3 seconds on the play clock. And there's going to be offsides on them. A false start on us? Gosh darn it. I didn't see who jumped. I just saw the 2 edge rushers take off. Who was it? Amarius Mims. All right. So 3rd and 11. Yeah, Amarius Mims jumped too early. Third and 11. Now it's not 4-down territory. We've got to get it to at least 4th and 5. We're here at the 50-yard line. Flacco alone in the backfield. Looking over the middle of the field, it's Andre Yoshivas who cannot bring it in. Looked like it was in his hands, and that wasn't Andre. No, that was Yoshi. Did he have it caught? What happened there? No, just on his fingertips, and it gets batted away, and we'll be punting away. Yeah, I'm not putting that one on Yoshi. I'm definitely putting it on Jamar for slipping. I'm putting just a couple bad mistakes there, right? Jamar Chase slips on first down. Obviously, we move the chains after that, but Chase Brown gets 15 yards if it wasn't for that. And we're going to have a running into the return man who called for a fair catch, and they would have started at the 15-yard line. They're now going to start in pretty good field position. This is tough, man. This is tough. So they'll start at the 27-yard line. I'm cleaning that up. Let me know in the comments, guys, if this thing's ever not responding. I figured out an easy way to keep it responding. Oh, man. Yeah, it's sloppy. There's no doubt. Nick, send me a text on if you can send me a text when we can get back up on Twitter. I will stop that one. Yeah, it's sloppiness. It just is. A lot of drops, man. A lot of drops. Yeah, Joe Flacco's been pretty good. Probably just beyond the reach of Andre Yoshavas, but Chase Brown just can't make that drop. Marius Mims can't have that penalty on him. Just those things can't happen. Sorry, I'm trying to get this Twitter thing sorted out. We got to get another stop, no doubt about it. Man, oh man. It's just tough. It just is tough. Now let's see if our defense can come up. So 1st and 10 from the 27-yard line. Screen pass out on the open side of the field, and it's going to be a gain of 5 yards. So 2nd and 6, Rodgers alone in the backfield. Dropping back. Rolling out to his right. He's going to have to get rid of it, but he's still got plenty of time and slings a strike for the first down to Smith. Just way too much time, man. We gotta get after them. We've got to get after them. We got to put some pressure on Aaron, man, or it's going to be a long game. First and 10. First and 10 for Rodgers. Under center. Pitch play to the open side of the field. This time it is not Jalen Warren. It is Gainwell who's going to have the first down. It's their now 3rd rush of 10-plus yards. 3rd rush. And they're across midfield. Man, we're kind of moving the ball offensively. It's just our offense is bad to where we can't overcome simple mistakes, which is a sign of a bad team, to be quite honest with you. But let's win this game. Gainwell back out on the field. It's a pitch play out of shotgun, and it's going to be a loss of half of a yard. Good play. Good job by Joseph Asai. Isaac Newton. This will be the final play of the first quarter. 18 seconds on the game clock, 10 seconds on the play clock. 2nd and 10. Rodgers alone in the backfield. Goes out to the flats for Jalen Warren, who makes one man miss. That's a gain of 7 yards. And that'll do it for us here in the first quarter. So we head to the second quarter, 7-0. And the Steelers are threatening to score once again. Kind of hard to tell what this game is. It's pretty clear. Defensively, we might not be up to snuff. Offensively, it's a wait-and-see thing, but we're simply going to need a turnover or two to make this interesting. And, I mean, it's just 3 drops and a penalty on that offensive possession. It looked really good. I liked some of the play calls. We'll see what happens, man. We'll see what happens. Thank you all for being here. Give us a like. Yep, let's get our 2s up. Let's get our twos up, baby. I want to be clear about something. I have been flip-flopping like a pancake on Off the Bench every day at 10 a.m. right here on Chatterbox Sports about what I want from this season. If we lose tonight, I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. And I think I was out a few weeks ago, but they drew me back in with the Joe Flacco trade. But I'm out if we lose this one. If we win, I'm all the way in. I'm all the way in until the season's dead. That's my promise. We lose today, you cannot get me back in. Maybe if you win like 2 in a row or 3 in a row, then I'm back in. But if we win this one, I'm in all the way till the season's done. We're just going to trade our entire defense to the 49ers. Trey, Logan, Cam Taylor-Britt. Just get them all out there. Got to get a stop here. 3rd and 4 at the 43. I'm going to go ahead and consider that they're going to go for it, right? My guess is they are going to go for it. Oh, man. Let me know where you guys are watching from. Yeah, sometimes you've got to. Molly just put in there, be a Jets fan. Sometimes you've got to realize that there are worse franchises than the Cincinnati Bengals, and I guess that's some solace. That for most of my life, born in '96, started becoming a fan right around the time Marvin Lewis's first year. Most of my life, the Bengals have been a competitive franchise. 3rd and 3. Here we go. Hand off to Gainwell. Gainwell is going to cross the first down line. He'll move the sticks. Just barely crossing. It took a good shove to get across. It'll be 1st and 10. There's Al Golden. Let Al Golden cook. I'm driving just listening to Rekindled Maus. You got it almost right. So 1st and 10 from the 39, the Bengals 39. Steelers with the ball. Pitch play. It's pretty clear they like those pitch plays. What a hit! What a hit from Geno Stone coming up and laying the boom on Gainwell. It was a gain of 4 or 5 yards, but Geno Stone laying a lick. Up to 129 yards, 2 plays into the second quarter. Not good. Rodgers looking to his left, now looking to his right. He's got Smith for the first down. This defense, man. We got to remember that the goal of this defense before the season was just be competitive for Joe Burrow. And they need to be better than that. They just need to be better than that. Timeout called by the Cincinnati Bengals here with 13 minutes to go in the half. After the first down. Just giving us some love, I guess. Just giving us a breather. It's tough. Nah, thank you all for being here. Give us a like, subscribe. Appreciate you all. We need the Bengals to hold them to 3. We can't go down 14. I mean, it's our ball at half. But we can't go down 14-0 off the rip. Not with the way this defense is playing. We just can't keep digging ourselves out of holes. Oversized to the left side of the line. Ball on the right hash mark. Starting on the 27-yard line. One man in the backfield. Aaron Rodgers under center. Quick pass and a missed tackle from our cornerback. Miller is going to have an 8-yard gain. Just a quick pass to Miller. And it was Newton with a terrible tackle. This team in tackling, man. 2nd and 1. They're going to take a shot at the end zone, as they should, from the 16 or from the 17-yard line. 2nd and 1. 5 seconds on the play clock. Rodgers, pitch play out to Gainwell. He's almost tripped up in the backfield. Now reversing the traffic. He's coming on the short side of the field. There's going to be a flag on the play. Gainwell, or that's Jalen Warren, apologize, not Gainwell, who tiptoes in for the touchdown, but it's going to be brought back with a hold. Needed it. They say first down. So it was beyond the line to gain. Yeah, that's a hold. That's fully a hold. But they're giving them first down? Second and 11. All right, good. The ref just made a mistake. I can't hear, so I'm reading it off of all the mimes. Rodgers dropping back to pass. Got all the time in the world. Stepping up. Now rolling out to his right. He's going to take it himself, and he's going to slide for a gain of about 5 yards. So it's going to be 3rd and 5. Well, I mean, we've got to get some pressure eventually. We've got to get some pressure. There's been 5 times now where Aaron Rodgers dropped back for 6 total seconds. And I get we're without our best defensive player, Trey Hendrickson, but man, oh man, can we blitz? Can we do something? 3rd and 5. Ball on the 22-yard line. Can we get off the field and hold him to 3? Aaron Rodgers sends Gainwell out, now brings him back. Gainwell helping with protection, now stepping out. Aaron Rodgers flushed out of the pocket, rolling out to his left. Dumping it short of the first down. It is to Gainwell, who will be short of the first down. Tackled. It's going to be 4th and inches. They're going to go for it because why wouldn't they? They're moving the ball at will. We finally got some pass rush, but we've got to be able to finish them. And that's the Shamar Stewart thing. He gets back there, just has no sacks. I don't know. I'm not the worst defensive coordinator in the league. I'm not saying that with Al Golden. There's a flag thrown. Flag thrown on 4th and 1. They do a QB sneak. They moving it back. False start, offsides. False start. Needed it. Kick the field goal. Kick the field goal. Let's keep it 10-0. Maybe worst head coach. No, he's not the worst head coach in the league. Yeah, that's a false start. They're going to start calling that on those tush pushes, guys. They're going to start calling those all the time. Because it is going to be outlawed after this year, and they're going to try and outlaw it by calling it tight for the rest of this year. 4th and 5. Here comes the 41-yard field goal attempt. Snap is good. Kick is up through the uprights. They're up 2 scores. 10-0. All right. Let's go score. We need points here, guys. Point blank, need points. Point blank, need points. Just need them. Joe Flacco, baby. I mean, that was big. I mean, a holding penalty there, and that was a hold. That was a hold, and that was a false start. So you can't say we're being propped up by the refs. We're being propped up by shady play by the Steelers. Just play the game. Like just play the game, Steelers. Why you always got to cheat? Thanks to the refs for finally seeing it. I can't go enough. I mean, if we don't score in this quarter, in this half, I just don't understand. We were finally moving the ball. I mean, we only have 50 yards of offense, but we were kind of moving the ball a little bit there. Let's hope that we get some success. If we 3 and out here, golly, I'm sitting down. I'm no longer standing. I'm sitting down. Because this is a disaster. When will Golden adjust? I don't know, guys. I get that this defense isn't good, but, I mean, isn't it pretty evident that it might not be the X's and O's, it might be the Jimmies and the Joes? Because Lou Anarumo, we ran out of town because they had the worst defense last year. They had one of the worst defenses in the league. And Lou Anarumo goes to Indianapolis, and they're the best team in the AFC. So, I mean, it might just not be us. Might not be us. See, this is someone just put this team almost makes me want to root for Ohio State. This is where character is built. This is what makes the winning so much better. When you just win every game, how much fun is that? Not a whole lot of fun. And you're running a crooked program. I'm not quitting the Bengals. All right. Out to return to Samaje Perine out to the 28-yard line. Jimmy Reed in the chat. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you here. 1st and 10. Let's go. Need it, Flacco. Take it over at the 27. Need points on the board. Would prefer a touchdown, but we need points on the board. A 3 and out. I mean, I'm jumping off this building. 1st and 10. Send a man in motion. Hand the ball off to Chase Brown. He's got a hole. He's running. It's going to be a gain of almost 20 yards. He's out beyond midfield. Man. There is a team in town that just made the postseason. That's right, the Reds. What a huge hole opening up for Chase Brown. We finally get some offensive output. And he's pushed out, what, at the 46-yard line. Yeah, the Reds play series. In baseball, they play series. And Joe Burrow's won more playoff games than the Reds have in 30 years. I'm not talking about advancing in the postseason. I'm just talking about games. But neither here nor there. We're going to call a timeout, and that's not a good timeout. That's a great timeout. Right after a 20-yard rush, get up to that line, and you run out. And Zach, I mean, it's got to be on Zach. It's got to be on Zach, right? He's just not getting those plays in quick enough. He's just not getting them in quick enough. Yeah, we're in week 7. Is this what this is? Yeah, week 7, and we got our first big run play of the season. Isn't that something? Isn't that amazing? Just to show you how incompetent this team is. $9:38 to go in the half. We're on Pittsburgh's 46. Flacco, alone in the backfield. Checks it down to Chase Brown, and it's a loss of 7 yards. Out in the flat, just a loss of 7 yards. I mean, we get a huge play. We get just a huge play. We call a timeout. And how do we respond from the timeout? A pass play isn't there, and we check it down and lose 6. 2nd and 16. We're back on our side of the field. Flacco takes the snap. A little bit of pressure. Finds Andre Yoshivas. Hey! Everyone. Let's clap it up for Andre Yoshivas. He caught a ball. I saw someone in our Discord put that they were betting Yoshi to catch 2 passes. All right, 3rd and 10. Don't got to get it all here because we will go for it if we get close enough. Flacco over the middle of the field finds Jamar Chase for a first down. Uno, baby. Guys, I said in the second quarter of the Packers game, I missed watching Joe Burrow play. I don't think you realized how bad Jake Browning is. We never saw this in any of the games he started. This feels like watching a Bengals game again. Like, he's clearly, I'm not saying Joe Flacco is amazing or anything like that, but he's a competent quarterback, and that just shows you how terrible it was with Jake. Golly, it's night and day. It is night and day. 3 seconds. Flacco out to Jamar Chase, and Jamar Chase, oh my God. Oh my gosh. Just a quick pass out to Jamar Chase, and he bobbled it up. And the entire time he's bobbling it up, it was only for a half second. All I could think about was their cornerbacks coming up, stealing it right out of his hands, and then taking it to the house for a pick 6. But instead, Jamar Chase brings it in, spins out of a tackle, and gets a gain of about 7 yards. Oh, my golly. You all were thinking it, too. You all were thinking it. He's going to bobble this ball up. I mean, it was up in the air for 1/3 of a second, but you were all thinking that that's going to be tipped and picked and taken to the house. We were all thinking it. 2nd and 3, and a false start. Yeah, the bobble gave him a couple more yards because Slay did go for the ball. Oh, my gosh. We clapped it up for you too, Yoshi. God blessed. 2nd and 8. Under 7 minutes to play in the half. Need points here. We hand the ball off. This time to Samaje Perine. And this, guys, we're getting some offensive gain. We're getting some room to run. Samaje Perine for the first down. That's a good run. That's a 10-yard run. Things are opening up. And is that Dalton Reisner in there? I think that's Dalton. Right? Someone tell me if it's Dalton Reisner in there. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Maybe start the guys that played well last week. All right, 1st and 10 from the 18. Blitz coming. Good job picking up the blitz. It's a tipped pass, and T. Higgins dives in to catch it. Who caught it? Please don't tell me it was a pick. They're fighting for it. That tells me it was picked. That tells me it was picked. It was tipped. It was tipped at the line of scrimmage. Who's got the ball? Who's got the ball? Who's got it? I mean, that's a T catch, but just the way that Pittsburgh was fighting for it in the scrum afterwards. Caught it. Elbow down. Elbow down. End of the play. End of the play. I don't care what else happened. End of the play. Or it's incomplete. It's either incomplete or it's the end of the play. 2nd and 3. Come on. 4 wide. Handoff. Chase Brown. Chase Brown's got a little bit of room to run. He's got a little bit of a wiggle, and we're in there for a first down, 1st and goal. Keep moving. Keep moving those dang chains. Well, I guess you can't move any more chains now. Let's get in that end zone. First and goal, 5 minutes to play. It is from the 8-yard line. Can't settle for 3. Need 6. Need 6. Come on. Likes equals scores. Likes equals touchdowns. Need you here. Come on. First and goal from the 8-yard line. Fake the handoff. Jamar Chase over the middle, and it's a touchdown, baby. Slant pass, risky pass, but it's in there for a touchdown. Needed it. God, we needed 6 there, and we got it. That's a great offensive possession. Fire me up, baby. Fire me up. We don't sing the song yet. Wait, is it a catch? Is that what they're talking about? Oh, no, he didn't catch that, did he? He didn't catch that, did he? Well, we all know what that means. I mean, they're going to take 6 off the board, and we've all been here before, right? I mean, I hate to be the pessimistic fan, but in what world do we get the touchdown now? Yeah, that's not a catch. All right, second and goal from the 8. Still our ball. Shut up, Reed. Do it again. Come on, Steely Dan. Do it again. Second and goal. Cheers from Dallas, Texas. Thank you for being here, brother. Hooday. Drew Sample? Drew Sample touchdown? Dare I say? Second and goal from the 8. Flacco tossing one up to Chase. And this one is a teardrop in there. And they'll call a flag on us or on them? It better not be on us. All right, there we go. All right. That's right. Shut up, Reed, baby. Shut up. Just a little teardrop for Chase. What if he accepted the penalty? Just got kind of weird with it, right? Just got a little goofy with it. It's a big touchdown. Yeah. Flacco to Chase, baby. When you got one of the best wide receivers in the league, you just throw it to him. You just get him the ball. Let's see the kick. Snap is good. Kick is up, and it's through the uprights right down the middle. You guys ready? Hear them Bengals growling. Mean and angry. Here he comes a prowling. Lean and hungry. An offensive brute. Run passer boot. And defensively, he's rough. Tough. Cincinnati Bengals. That's the team we're gonna cheer to victory. Touchdown Bengals. Put some points up on that board and win a game for Cincinnati. Cincinnati. We got a team right here in town. Ain't gonna never let us down. Who they think gonna beat them Bengals? Who they think gonna beat them Bengals? Nobody. Let's go. 10-7. Let's get the ball back. And let's do what we all love to do. But we got to get the ball back. The guy last year sung better. I'm sorry I'm not a good singer. I'm not here. I didn't get hired at Chatterbox to sing. I'm singing out loud in my office, baby. Dude, there's nothing. Dare I say, it's my favorite part about being a Bengals fan is that dang song. That song is awesome. In fact, every professional sports team should have a song. They should have a song. But you got to earn it. Reid sings like a Cubs fan. I'm sorry. I'm not good. But I'm fired up. And you should be too. Thanks. We'll tune up the band. We're going to do one of these watch-alongs in person one of these weeks. I think it's maybe the week before Bills game, maybe? Bills game? Reid should sling. You almost got me, felons. Yeah, we need to stop. Desperately need to stop here. Did the Hamiltonian did our boy KJ Caleb Johnson, he just never plays after that snafu in week 2, does he? Because he was their return man, and I get him not returning, but they bring it out to the 30-yard line, and that's where they'll start over. I'm doing great. How are you guys? Someone said, Nicholas, how are you? All right, let's get a stop here. Craig Sandlin's going to bring you the action, or bring you some analysis at halftime. Bring the action. Blitz or something. I don't know. Come on. Big defensive, a 3 and out, or just getting the ball back without points on the board would be glorious. Aaron Rodgers fakes the handoff. Trying something downfield. Way over top, and it's picked off! A terrible pass, and we're returning it. No one ever downed him. We're out to the 40-yard line. 45, across midfield. 45-yard line. What a play. What a terrible pass, you drug addict. Go take some ayahuasca, you bum. Let's go. Darkness retreat. Was he completely in the dark? What was that pass? What a play. We caught it, right? We better have caught that ball. All right, we caught it. Are they saying he's down from that contact? Does that count from DK? No run back? If he's down there, that's fine. We got the ball back, but that's huge. All right. What happened with DK? Why was he so far behind there? Or was it just that bad of a pass? Let's go score. Let's go take the lead. We've had one lead since Joe Burrow went down. One lead. In games he didn't start. Obviously, we won that game, but in the 4 games without Joe Burrow, we've had one lead. Let's go take the lead. Yeah, he touched him. He's down by contact. That's a great play by Jordan Battle. He's down by contact. That's fine. If it's our ball. Let's go take the lead here. Come on. Jordan Battle with some great facial expressions. 4 minutes 25 to play in the half. Don't tease me like that, Craig. Handoff, Chase Brown. We got a hole. Chase Brown slips by 2 tacklers. He's still on his feet. Rolling out, spinning out. Cut back, and he's across the 50, out to the 45, the 40 before being brought down. This run game is firing me the hell up. Huge, baby. Huge. I get All right, I didn't need an energy drink because I am rocking and rolling. And so is this Bengals offense. Let's go. So 1st and 10 from the 39-yard line is where we'll be taking over. What a run by Chase Brown. What a run. Already at 74 rushing yards in the first half. Joe Flacco. A pass to Jamar Chase, and a flag is thrown. Incomplete pass, but he was mugged. Felonious activity by Jalen Ramsey. Felonious, let me tell you. This game isn't overly complicated. You got elite playmakers. Get the ball to them. Make them matter. Samaje Perine in the backfield. From the 35-yard line, a handoff to Samaje Perine, and he's got some room to work with. It's a 7-yard carry. A counter play to the weak side of the field. Yeah, Craig's trying to get something going in that chat, and I can't commit yet. I'm being a little superstitious here. 97 rushing yards in the first half. Fire me up. Take a shot. 2nd and 4. Take a shot. No, just keep running your offense. Keep doing what we're doing. Flacco over the middle of the field finds T. Higgins on a slant route. T. Higgins out at the 10. 5 in the end zone. Simple slant route and no one can catch up to 5. T. We are cooking with gas. Cooking, baby. And we have our second lead in the Joe Burrow-less era. Just a slant route, 1 missed tackle, and he's in there. 2 touchdowns for Joe Flacco in the first half to each of our elite playmakers. And I know you guys hate me singing, but we're going to sing. We're going to sing. The snap on the point after touchdown's good. The kick is up through the uprights. It's 14-10. And can you hear it? Can you hear the band tune it up? Hear them Bengals growling, mean and angry. Here he comes a prowling, lean and hungry, an offensive brute. Run past a boot. And defensively, he's rough, tough, Cincinnati Bengals. That's the team we're gonna cheer to victory. Touchdown Bengals. Put some points up on that board and win a game for Cincinnati. Cincinnati. We got a team right here in town. Ain't gonna never let us down. Who they think gonna beat them Bengals? Who they think gonna beat them Bengals? Nobody. Let's go. Let's go. Now you can do it, Chad. Craig, my bad, chat. We talk about a little 2-for-1s. Our ball at half. Can we get the ball back? Can we stop them? Can we stop them from scoring? You guys cracked me up. Greg Sandlin will take you through halftime. It can be a tax write-off. Craig, don't. I was thinking it too. Don't do it. I need a breather. I've been screaming for too much. Oh, man. Molly, you have a Browning sweatshirt for sale? Throw that thing in the ocean. I'm serious. Drive to the Atlantic Ocean and throw it in there. All right. The worst part about these Amazon commercials, I don't see any commercials for Matlock. Matlock, Sunday nights on CBS. Molly, it says, in Browning we trust. Well, he lost that trust. TQL looks pretty. I need to go to TQL. Never been. You guys been to TQL? Anyone in the chat ever been to TQL Stadium for an FCC game? It looks like a lot of fun. Just haven't found the time. All right. Come on, D. Let's get back in this thing. Man, what a delight it is to see just the boys smiling on the sideline. 14 unanswered. Guys, we could lose a lot of momentum if we give up a quick touchdown here. We can lose a lot of momentum if we let them score. They have 3 minutes. All 3 of their timeouts. Need the defense to come up here. Our offense has found some rhythm, no doubt about it. The running, it's been the running. We've ran for 97 yards. If you would have given me 2-1 odds on us to run for 100 yards before the game, for the entire game, I wouldn't have taken it. Wouldn't have taken it. 1st and 10 from the 30-yard line, and here take over the Pittsburgh Steelers. Aaron Rodgers in shotgun formation. It's going to be a pitch play out to Jaylen Warren. He's brought down 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage. He coughs up the ball, but he was pretty clearly down. Jordan Battle dives on top of it, but he pretty clearly was down. Yep, he's down. Joseph Asai doesn't cause a lot of pressure, but he's in on a lot of plays. I'll give him credit for that. Pass out to Jaylen Warren in the flats, and we miss a tackle, which would have been 3rd and 7, but instead it's going to be a first down as he gets 12 yards after the missed tackle. Golly. And we head to the 2-minute warning. That would have been huge. Shit. Okay. How we feeling, chat? You confident? I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. Give me a scale of 1 to 10 how we're feeling through the first 28 minutes. I'm at like an 8. I'm at an 8. We got a uncharacteristic pick from Aaron Rodgers. But the offense looks so great. The offense looks so great. But it is missed tackles. 6, 5. We're at home. There's some juice. I'm at an 8. 6.5, 8. Nate Johnson says a 6. T. Brookie says 5. Molly says a 7. RoboBuck says 8. Les Hernandez says 6.5. Dave Ramsey says 2. We got momentum, but, we can lose it in a second. We can lose it. They score a touchdown. We can lose it all. We had a tackle there would have been huge, where it's 3rd and 5 coming out of this 2-minute warning. That would have been pretty big. I ain't going to lie. Who is that? Grammy says she's at a 6 or they're at a 6. My buddy's at the game, and he's got tarps off right now. He's got tarps off. That's incredible. Oh, man, that's incredible. 7.4. All right, we can't go on the Richter scale. It's not a Richter. I'm not asking you about the earthquake. David Bloom says 10. Yeah, doesn't it make you we'll switch over to baseball real quick. Doesn't it make you happy that the Brewers are terrible because they are just a loser franchise, and they always will be. That's what they are. They're just a loser franchise. And always will be. Don't have to worry about them because they are losers. All right, back to baseball or football. Andrew Whitworth. We got 2 Bengals alum on the show. You got to love that, man. Ryan Fitzpatrick and Andrew Whitworth, 2 Bengals legends. Look at that QB room. Joe, and Jake. Joe, and Jake. All right, need to stop here. They've got all 3 timeouts, 47-yard line. Would love to go into halftime with the lead. In fact, we need it. Handoff to Jalen Warren. He is brought down after a 4-yard carry. Aaron Rodgers just passed Ben Roethlisberger for most career passing yards, 64,089. So congrats to Aaron. Those are 2 stand-up individuals, both Aaron Rodgers and Ben Roethlisberger. 2 guys that if you have children, you want them to grow up to be just like those. Maybe not athletically because their athletic career leaves a little to be desired, but as human beings, those are 2 of the best. Aaron Rodgers and Big Ben Roethlisberger. 3rd and 4. No, we're not taking timeouts anyways. We're not calling timeouts. I can't believe Pittsburgh's not calling timeouts. I mean, they've got all 3 to use. But we don't want to call them anyways. We're good with 14-10. We're good with 14-10. Rodgers dropping back to pass on 3rd and 4. Over the middle of the field, they're going to have a first down as Jalen Warren's brought down 1 yard behind the line to gain. I don't care about Aaron Rodgers' politics. Just genuinely, typically a rule of thumb is if your entire family doesn't like you and you've never been able to maintain long-term relationships, there's something probably wrong, and it's not everyone else in your life. That's my take on Aaron Rodgers. He can give 2 shits less about his politics. How many people you know that can't maintain long-term relationships that are good people? Just saying. First and 10 from the 41-yard line. Rodgers flips it out, and tripped up in the backfield is Riley Gainwell. It's going to be a loss on the pass. I'm telling you, Joseph Osai, he never wows you, but he makes, he's in on a lot of plays, and I'll give him credit for that. He's not a great player or anything like that, but a lot of the times that there's a tackle being made, Joseph Osai is right there, so I'll give him credit. I keep calling him Riley. My bad. Kenneth. Who's Riley Gainwell? Second and 13. Trying DK Metcalf. Incomplete pass. Oh, they're saying it's a turnover? What's going on? They're saying he caught the ball? They're saying DK Metcalf caught the ball. He didn't even have the ball. Are they saying we picked it? What the hell is going on? It's an INT? Riley Gaines is that woman swimmer from UK. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, we picked that ball. We picked that ball. We picked that ball off. What a play. Golly. Juan Drago Turner Have a week, man. This is still the same week as Sunday. What a play. DJ Turner. That's our ball. That's our ball. What are the broadcasters saying? 28 seconds. Yeah, we're going to knee this thing out, right? No, we got Joe Flacco. They say it's our ball. Okay, good. What a weird play. And what about like no one knew what was going on? Like, DJ, you clearly were out of bounds. Why are you running around? Let's take a couple shots. We got 28 seconds. What's Aaron Rodgers vying for? What's he saying? There's pass interference? Aaron, you just threw it away. I mean, just because you throw 2 picks doesn't mean they're cheating, big dog. Thank you. It's our ball. We got to take a couple shots, right? Got 28 seconds and a timeout. We've seen McPherson hit his 68-yard field goal last week. Yeah, Juan Drago is playing great ball. I would be amazed if we score. I mean, what are we? We got the ball, our ball at the, what yard line are we at? We can score in 28 seconds. Only with 1 timeout, though. I don't like our chances here. 40 seconds. They just put 12 seconds on the clock? All right. Cool with me. I'm hip. All right, let's roll. Let's roll. 30-yard line. What we need? 30 yards. And a pass to Jamar Chase completed. Why are they in prevent, dude? And that was easy. Too easy. It's a 15-yard gain. We're out to the 45. That was a really nice throw by Joe Flacco, too. Great catch, Jamar. 1, dragging the toe. All right. 15 yards. Let's go. Let's go. Can we get 3? Can we get 3 on the board? Took 4 seconds off the clock. We have 1 timeout. 1st and 10 from our 45. He got both feet in. They're reviewing it. He caught the ball, and he was dragging his foot. No, don't take this away from us, Roger. Caught. It's in. He doesn't bobble the ball. That's a catch, dude. How is that not a catch? That's an easy catch. I'm with you. That's a catch. It's not close. That's clearly a catch. They wanted, Amazon said, we got to run some commercials. Toyota we need Toyota money. Yeah, that's clearly a catch. Man, I was dragging energy-wise. And this game has just breathed new life. Brand new life into me. Did Tomlin challenge? No, it's within 2 minutes, so they just look at everything. But it's just like, can someone, why does that even need to like take a breather? Like, why can't someone just look at it up in the booth and just go, yep, we're good, go. The 3-4-1 is actually possible. Tyler, my guy. The 4-4-1 is possible. Craig's ahead of us. Don't tell me they reverse this. How far ahead are you, Craig? Well, it's about as live as I can go. He's looking on Twitter. He's got to be looking. Stop cheating. They said his toe incomplete. His foot is clear. What? How is that not a catch? He's got the. Oh, it's because he. Okay. Okay. Now I'm seeing it. He reestablished the ball. Okay. I see it. All right. So it's 2nd and 10 from the 30. Yeah. I saw it on the replay. Well, Jamar, get out of bounds. So we get a first down, 12-yard gain. So we're not at 45, but we are at the 42. What do we need to get to? Someone let me know. We want to probably make it at least a 60-yard field goal, right? So we got to get about 15 more yards to have a shot. Flacco slinging that pill. And we're just going to Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase is bullying them, and that's a bad spot. I think he had him behind the first down marker. Yeah, I'm at only an 8-yard gain. Dude, that's a first down. What a bad spot. We lost 2 yards there. All right, we're out there, 49-yard line. We need 10 yards to make this kick gettable. Over the middle of the field, and he just threw an interception. No, okay. Joey Porter did not come up with the catch. There's going to be a flag thrown after the play. DPI? Needed it. So pass interference on Joey Porter Jr. I heard that he had a game last year. He had 5 DPIs. He's already got 2 today. Yeah, I agree. I might be biased, but I agree. No, that was not clean. That was illegal. Look at that. Terrible. I mean, he assaulted my boy. It was an assault. 1st and 10 from the 37. Flacco dropping back. He's looking for Jamar Chase on the out route, 12-yard out, and he just overthrew him. Incomplete. He was open. So 2nd and 10, 16 seconds left. 37-yard line. So we're looking at, a 55-yard field goal? Can't take a sack. By no means. Over the middle of the field to Noah Fant, and it looks like we're giving up. All right, that's fine. Call the timeout. Let's kick the field goal. Just call the timeout. We'll kick it. Call the timeout. Golly, we were acting like we were going to spike it till 2 seconds left. Jesus Christos. That's where another timeout would have been nice, but we'll take it. Come on, Evan. I'm calm. 49-yard field goal attempt. From the middle of the field. Snap is good. Kick is up. It's looking down the middle. We made it. We take a 7-point lead going into halftime. It is 17-10. We scored 3 consecutive times, and it's our ball coming out of half. We were down 10-0, touchdown, 2 interceptions, a touchdown, and a field goal. Get us to 17-10. This offense is firing on all cylinders. Joe Flacco and these weapons, they're playing great. Craig Sandlin going to be coming up here in 1 second. So, Craig, you can go ahead and toss that up. And you are hot.
All right, welcome in Chatterbox Bengals halftime report, and what a half it was from Cincinnati. First of all, have to get a huge shout out to this crowd in Cincinnati. The crowd looks amazing. You worry about a 2-4 team coming home prime time, a team that you're going up against in the Pittsburgh Steelers that always travels well. And this crowd is decked out in white. They are loud and they are into it. And certainly that is something that can drive them forward as they go in the second half here and try to build off this momentum. 3 straight scoring drives to end the half with 2 turnovers by the Pittsburgh Steelers, and your Cincinnati Bengals lead 17-10. Let's talk real quick about how we got there. And we do that by taking a look at our first half stats and the scoring drives and how we got there. So let's go through it. First, the Steelers take the ball first. They convert a 3rd and 11 on a 39-yard pass to DK Metcalf. Then on 3rd and 6 from the 10, Aaron Rodgers extends the play, and after 8+ seconds finds Jonnu Smith for a touchdown and a 7-0 lead. Bengals would get a first down on their first drive, but have to punt it away, and defense would stout up and force the Steelers to punt on their ensuing drive as well. Bengals start the drive with an 8-yard screen to Jamar Chase. Next play, a deep ball to Chase that drives a pass interference from Joey Porter for 19 yards. But an Amarius Mims false start set the drive back, and a pass intended for Andre Yoshivas was knocked away by Joey Porter Jr. The Bengals forced to punt. On the punt, P.J. Jules committed kick-catch interference, giving the ball to the Steelers at their 27. Steelers put together one of those classic methodical drives, but they stall out after a penalty wipes out a Jalen Warren touchdown run, and then a 4th and 1 tush-push conversion is wiped out by a false start as well. Steelers have to settle for a 41-yard Chris Boswell field goal. They lead 10-0. Chase Brown starts the Bengals' next drive with a 28-yard run through the left side of the line. Flacco then finds Jamar Chase for a 15-yard first down. Pirine picks up 10 on the ground. Then Flacco dropped one into Jamar Chase for an 8-yard touchdown to make it 10-7. 10-play, 72-yard drive that took out 5 minutes and 48 seconds. The Steelers tried to go deep on their next drive to DK Metcalf on the first play, but the ball was badly overthrowing, allowing Jordan Battle to pick it off at the Cincinnati 24. Chase Brown started yet another drive with a big gain, this time for 37 yards to the Pittsburgh 39. 2 plays later, Flacco found T on a crossing route, and T did the rest, going 29 yards for a touchdown, giving the Bengals a 14-10 lead. DJ Turner would pick off the first pass from Aaron Rodgers on the next drive, intended yet again for Metcalf, this time at the Cincinnati 30 with 40 seconds remaining in the half. Flacco would find Jamar Chase for a 12-yard out with 30 seconds remaining. He then found Chase again for 9 on the next play. T. Higgins then drew a defensive pass interference on Joey Porter for a first down at the 36-yard line with 20 seconds remaining. Noah Fant caught a ball over the middle to the Pittsburgh 30. Bengals let the clock run down to 2 seconds, call a timeout. And there they get An Evan McPherson 49-yard field goal to make it 17-10 Bengals. Joe Flacco in the first half, 14 of 21, 130 yards and 2 touchdown passes, and most importantly, no interceptions. Bengals running game getting going a bit in the first half. Chase Brown, 5 carries, 74 yards. Samaje Perine, 4 carries, 23 yards. A total, 9 carries, 97 yards, good for 10.8 per pop from the Bengals duo. On the receiving end, Jamar Chase had 7 catches in the first half for 61 yards and a touchdown. T. Higgins added in 3 for 54 and a touchdown. Noah Fant, 2 for 14. Andre Yoshivas corralled 1 for 6. He also had a drop. Chase Brown with his 1 reception for -6. On the defensive side of the ball, Barrett Carter led the way. 7 tackles, 4 of them solo. Jordan Battle, 5 tackles, 3 of them solo, with that all-important pick-off on the back end. And of course, there at the end, DJ Turner, who's been playing lights out defense for the last couple of weeks, he also gets the pick off for the Bengals defense. And you look at this first half, and at least from my perspective, a couple things that were important on the way here. The running game, certainly a big piece of it, right? I mean, you talked about it this morning and throughout the day about needing to control the football and hold on to it and make sure you don't have any turnovers. Well, this Bengals running game has been better than I think any of us could have predicted so far through this one. Again, the 9 carries for 97 yards. Chase Brown added 2 long runs there in the first half. Both of them the longest runs he's had all season. Both of them over 30 yards. The Bengals now 3 straight scoring possessions, and they get the ball first in the second half with a chance to extend this lead out over the Pittsburgh Steelers. Again, currently lead 17-10. The other thing we have to talk about, obviously the running game relies on that offensive line. We talked about it during the pregame show that it sounded like Jalen Rivers and Dylan Fairchild would be getting the start, but no, it was Jalen Rivers and Dalton Risner getting the start, and Risner has looked great here in the first half. A number of runs going behind him at left guard, allowing for those big pickups, and that's really been one of the biggest impacts here as you look at the overall game and the way things have gone so far. Looking at early returns on PFF grades, Jalen Rivers has struggled, but Dalton Risner with a run block score of 67.5, well above average. The passing game, they've only allowed 1 sack through the first half, 6-yard loss that was given up by Jalen Rivers to Keanu Benton there in the first half. In general, though, I think they've looked pretty good. Dalton Risner has done his job. Ted Karras, for the most part, has done his job. And the other one that they called out on the broadcast, Drew Sample, picking up a number of key blocks there in the running game as well. So a lot of good outcomes here in the first half. And of course, talked about taking care of the ball. And right there it is. 2 turnovers for this Bengals defense. Those end up being probably the key to this point. No turnovers for the Bengals, and that's really what ultimately has led this team to this 17-10 lead. Take a quick look around the country in other action, specifically the MLB playoffs. The Dodgers, they beat the Brewers earlier tonight 3-1. Jacob Mizorowski took the loss in that one, while Alex Vesia picked up the win. Shohei Ohtani was 1 for 4. Mookie Betts 1 for 4. Will Smith 1 for 3. And Tommy Edman was 1 for 4. He had an RBI in this one. On the Brewers side, they get only 4 hits, 2 of which are by Caleb Durbin. Pitching wise, Aaron Ashby opened for Jacob Mizorowski. Ashby gave up 2 hits and a run. Mizorowski 3 hits, 2 runs, 1 of them earned. Mizorowski struck out 9 in the contest. Vesia picked up the win after Tyler Glasnow went 5 2/3. Roki Sasaki picked up yet another save, his 3rd of the postseason. And then currently in action, the Dodgers lead that series 3-0. In the other ALCS matchup, the Blue Jays currently leading the Mariners 5-1. That series, Seattle leads 2-1. That one's in the bottom of the fourth there in Seattle. So let's get back to this one in Cincinnati. Talked about the running game. We talked about turnovers. We talked about Dalton Risner. So what does it take here in the second half to bring it home and give this Bengals team the win? Well, for me, it starts with continuing with this running game. You have to keep the Steelers defense on their heels, keep them having to respect that running game. And that's really opened up the passing game for Joe Flacco. Shocking to see Pittsburgh give up such chunk plays. That's not been something that you've expected out of them so far this year. But certainly something that this Bengals offense has needed desperately. And we talked about it before the game, right? Joe Burrow is there in attendance. It's the first time we've seen him on the sideline since his injury in the pregame. And we heard from Ian Rappaport before the game. For those of you that weren't with us in the pregame show, Joe Burrow, he's on track, doing well with no setbacks, which means if he continues in this direction, he should be back on the field mid-December, and has told people close to him he absolutely intends to be back. He just needs the team to stay alive until then. Well, that's why this team went out and got Joe Flacco. They went out and got Joe Flacco because they knew that Joe Burrow would have the opportunity to come back later in this season. They knew that Joe Burrow was progressing. They knew that Joe Burrow had the heart of a lion and was going to be coming back from this toe injury to try and lead this team into the playoffs. And what a story that would be. Imagine Bengals, they lose Joe Burrow in the second game of the season. He goes down with the turf toe. Everybody in the national media writes him off, except for a couple. A couple thought that Jake Browning was a starting quarterback in the NFL. That didn't prove to be the case. But look, he goes out with an injury, certainly devastating for him. His third serious injury in his 6th year in the NFL. The first 2 obviously were season ending for him. I'm sure he had to go through his own grief, his own grieving, as he worked through this kind of mindset of being injured yet again. Obviously, he had the ACL his rookie year, his wrist 2 years ago, and now the turf toe that he suffered earlier this year. And so here he comes. He's back on the sideline now. Jake Browning wasn't the answer. The Bengals, they go out and they get Joe Flacco. They know that they need to be able to hold on, just hold on until December and be within striking distance. And so they go out, they get Joe Flacco, and Joe Flacco now has come in and kind of reinvigorated this Bengals offense. Obviously, the first half last week was a bit vanilla. Didn't see a whole lot out of them. But now 4 straight quarters out of this Bengals offense with 4 total touchdowns. I'm not going to sit here and act like they've looked like the Bengals of old. That would be a bit foolish to act like any quarterback would be able to replicate exactly what Joe Burrow brings to this offense. But what I talked about when they traded for Joe Flacco, I talked about the fact that Joe Flacco was going to make everybody around him better. And that's what he's done. He's made this offensive line better. He's made these wide receivers better. He's made everybody around him better in the way that he handles his business. And so now we turn to the second half in this pivotal game. Bengals lead the Steelers 17-10, and they get the ball out to start the second half. And with that, I see them lining up, so I'm going to go ahead and turn this back over to Reid Maus to walk you through the second half with a play-by-play and live reaction here on Chatterbox Sports. With that, I'll be back for the post-game with Reid, and we'll break it all down for you. Look forward to seeing you then. Until then, hoo-day.
Hoo-day indeed, Craig. Let's rock and roll. I swear you're off the screen. I swear you're off the screen this time. All right, let's rock and roll, baby. The return is brought out to the 33-yard line. Craig and I will be talking post-game about however this last 30 minutes go. Let's hope they go like the first 30 minutes. Someone correct me off the top of my head. I genuinely cannot. It's been so long ago. Did we lead either of those first 2 games at halftime? And I'm sorry if Craig brought that up at halftime. I need to unlock, but someone let me know if we led either one of those first 2 games at halftime. And the first play is a pass out to Jamar Chase. He slips by a tackler and had a lot of room to wiggle, but gets tripped up. It's a gain of 7 yards. Yeah, that would have, so close is right. He's on his feet. He might be off to the races. I don't know how far he would have gone. It seemed like there were some people in pursuit, but he certainly would have had a first down. 5-yard gain on the pass. Thank you all for being here. Give us some likes. Give us some likes. It's a big swing game. It's a big swing game for us. Shout out to Mike Tomlin for also wearing white. White and out at the stadium. He looks good. Looks good. Matches all the Bengals fans. All right, 2nd and 5. Flacco with Chase Brown to his left. There was some time taken off for an injury. Noah Fant out there as the tight end. We're going to send Yoshivas in motion. We fake the handoff. Flacco, deep drop, gets the ball out to Jamar Chase. We're just force-feeding Uno. Just force-feeding my guy. It's going to be 3rd and 1. Short of the line to gain. Third and 2. Need it here. We need it. We hand the ball off, and we're going to have the first down. Ooh. Chase Brown gets the first down and then some. That's Samaje P. Ryan. Apologies. We're out to the midfield. All right, 1st and 10 out to, what is it, the 45-yard line? Got a chance to make this a 2-score game. Got to get some points on the board, though. 5 seconds on the play clock. We hand the ball off to Chase Brown. It's a stretch play. He's got some room to work with, and he's working up for a 7-yard gain. What happened to this run team, man? What happened to this offensive line? Just running the ball at a much higher clip. Love it, though. 2nd and 3. Reed, we had the lead at halftime in Cleveland. Thank you. I couldn't go back that far. Flacco. Slant pass to Jamar Chase. We're out to the 33-yard line. It's another big carry. Jamar Chase laid on his back. Pop up, Uno. Oh, there we go. All right. He knew if he would have got away from that tackler. He cut it back after the slant route. I mean, we're just force-feeding Jamar. I mean, we're bullying them by just getting the ball to Jamar Chase every down. Drew Sample with another mention on the broadcast. Love to hear it. 1st and 10. Flacco alone in the backfield. This is to Chase again over the midfield. Give Zach Taylor his kudos. We're drawing up some unique plays to just get the ball to Jamar Chase every single gosh darn play. They want to go man. We got a man. So 1st and 10, this time from Pittsburgh's 18-yard line. Jamar Chase with 11 receptions, 99 yards and a touchdown. This time we hand the ball off to Chase Brown. They bring some pressure, but we still get 3 to 4 yards. Flacco never had receivers like this his whole career. You're right. He's never had a Jamar Chase. I mean, Steve Smith was pretty stinking good. He had a Mark Andrews for a little bit of his time. Was he too late for Todd Heap? I know those are tight ends. Was he too late for Todd Heap? Probably at the start of his career. 2nd and 7. From the 15. Orlando Brown looks like he got a jump there. Flacco avoiding pressure, trying for the deep part of the end zone. He's just throwing it away. Third and 7. I don't want to settle for 3. But obviously, if you don't get a first down, you settle for 3. You make it a 2-score game. But it's 3rd and 7 here. What are the odds that this ball's going into Jamar Chase? Just the way this game's going. It might not, but if I was Vegas putting lines on it, it's a pretty heavy favorite that ball is going to Jamar Chase. It's not. It's going over the middle of the field. Andre Yoshivas, he holds on to it. Thank God Yoshi found some hands. Just short of the line to gain. Oh, man. Oh, this is like a worst nightmare. A yard short. A yard short. We're going, right? You got to go, right? You got to go. You got to go. You got to go. Got to go. Come on. 4th and 1. Get up to the line. Get up to the line. Get up to the line. Because we're probably going to try and sneak one first. 5 seconds on the play clock. 4, 3, 2, 1. Joe Flacco takes it himself, and he's got it. Joe Flacco's got it. They call a timeout? Don't tell me they called a timeout. Wait. What? What happened? He called a timeout. Zach called a timeout. Zachary. A challenge play. Okay, we're challenging it. Challenging the spot. Okay. Someone must have saw something they liked. Good throw, Zach. Good throw. His knee's down. He's short. Now, I don't know. Yeah, he's short. So here's my question about losing a timeout. When you're challenging the spot of the ball, if they move it at all, like they might have to. I mean, but did he have the ball when across the line when his knee came down? I don't know. I guess it's where your knee comes down first. Do we lose if they move the spot at all, even if it's short of the line to gain? Do we retain the timeout? If he gets the first down. Okay, thank you, Craig. Fair enough. Oh, man, I'm worried. Michael Ackley says it should be a first. Craig says it should be short. I thought he looked short. I thought his knee was down. Lane is correct. The ball is definitely closer. The ball is definitely closer than where he had it previously. But we just showed that we're going to QB sneak it. I don't know. I swear that if we kick this ball, I'm going to lose it. Craig, that's a good point. Yeah, if we're going to call a timeout anyways, throw the flag. And maybe that's what he was signaling at the last second, like, hey, throw it. Because you waste the timeout regardless. Take the points, go up 2 scores. Yeah, that's a good point, too. I mean, I don't know, man. Casey, my night's been fantastic thus far. Hopefully your night in Oxford, Ohio was good as well. Calling the field stance. He's short of the line to gain. I mean, it's really not moved up that much. It's 4th and inches, though. We're going, right? Gotta go. Gotta go. Oh, man. Just run the sneak again. Sample in motion for the push, and Flacco got it. All right, all that stress for nothing. All that stress for nothing. I will admit it is nice having a quarterback that we like to, I don't know if it's because of Joe Burrow's injury. I don't know if he doesn't feel comfortable doing it. But we don't feel obviously comfortable sneaking Joe Burrow, that is, all that often. I just throw that 40-year-old man and just throw him into the fire, baby. He's also 6'6". All right, first down. First and goal. First and goal from Pittsburgh 7. Let's get in there. Yeah, get in there. Hand off to Samaje Perine. Perine looking for a hole, gains 3 yards. We did lose a timeout, but if we go up 2 touchdowns, that's a timeout well lost. Second and goal now from the 4. Chase Brown in the backfield with Flacco. Jamar Chase on the near side. Ball in the middle of the field. In between the 4 and 5 yard line. Dropping back. Flacco. He's looking for T. Higgins at the front of the end zone, and a really nice play to deflect it out away from T. Third and goal. Casey, don't come in here spouting bull junk. God, that's a really, really nice play. Cannot turn the ball over here. Yeah, correct. We'll take the points if we don't get in there. Now, if we get to the 1 yard line again, then I'm freaking out once more. But in between the 4 and 5 yard line, 5 seconds on the play clock. They send 5. Joe Flacco rolling out to his right. He looks mobile, and he just throws one into the ground. 4th and goal. Let's kick. Let's kick it. Come on. Kick it. All right. Let's make this field goal. That stinks. Yeah, Jalen Ramsey did a really nice job. First, keeping T. Higgins out of the end zone, and then locking down Jamar Chase. Jalen Ramsey still has some game. It's a 23-yard field goal. 5 seconds on the play clock. Snap is good. Kick is good. All right, we take a 2-possession lead. It's 20-10. Now we sing the Todd Rundgren song. I don't want to work. I just want to bang on the drum all day. Let's get Craig up to Cincinnati for one of these next 2 games if we win this one. This Bears or this Jets game. We'll get them into the core, the Paycor Stadium. We'll make a little night out of it. We'll just do this whole live watch along live from Paycor Stadium. We'll bring little lapel mics. It'll be fun. Come on, it'll be fun. Gave me a thumbs up. We'll live stream the whole tailgate too. We'll just start at 7A. Just 12 straight hours of content brought to you by Craig and Reed. 2010. Come on, D. A lot of time left. Guys. But we did complete the 4-for-1 for what it's worth. We completed the 4-for-1. Everyone said it was unheard of. And that's a really good return by the Pittsburgh Steelers. All right. Kenneth Gainwell returns it out to the 40. Oh, Craig, you haven't been since 2016? We got to get you back. They miss you. That's probably about the time you moved away, though, if I had to guess. Right? Yep. All right, D. They returned it out to the 39-yard line. That's where the Pittsburgh Steelers would take over. A stop here, no points on the board would be huge. Are they afraid of handing the ball off? Are they afraid of handing the ball off? Every play is a pitch play because they pitch it to Jalen Warren right up the chute. They get 5 yards. Look at the friendship between Craig and Nick kindling in the chat. 2nd and 5. Nick Kirby going to a Bengals game. Unheard of. Pitch play out to Jalen Warren. And it's going to be good for a first down there at midfield. All right, D, lock in. It's been fun. It's been fun. We got to lock back in. Give us some likes. We need some likes. And we got to keep the Steelers off the scoreboard here. I'd love to keep it a 2-possession game. Under 7 minutes to play here in the third quarter. 1st and 10 from midfield. Warren in the backfield. Rodgers under center. Got big personnel out here. Once again, they're going to Jalen Warren, and it's a big rush, and he's pushed out of bounds after about a 25-yard gain. Man. Alex Wallace, are you talking like 2011 week 1? That was like week 1, right? That Broncos game. But, man. All right. I mean, we're Bengals fans. This is a Steelers game. We knew this stuff happens. Can't breathe easy. We need this defense to come up big, hold them to 3. They're going right back to Warren, and this time they bring Warren down after a gain of 2 yards. Needed it. Second and 8. From the 24. Rodgers calling an audible. There's 5 seconds to play on the play clock. 5 minutes to play here in the third. Rodgers looking over to the left. No communication between him and Washington, and it's going to be 3rd and 8. All right. we got a wasn't a negative play, but they didn't get 5 yards plus on us there. 3rd and 8. Here we go. Third and 8. 3, 2, 1. Snap. Over the middle of the field, and it's looking like Wilson's going to have a first down and then some. Really nice play. That dude's kind of a rocket. Man, he's quick. Yeah, just a nice play. So it's going to be 1st and 10 from beyond the 10-yard line. And Aaron Rodgers tries over the middle of the field. Was he just trying for the end zone because he knew it was going to be an offsides call? He's the king of that. Guys, this is going to be a dogfight. This is a dogfight here. Joseph Asai called off sides. Man. This is supposed to be less stressful. Offsetting penalties, so they'll play again. First and goal from the 10. Osai, okay, Osai didn't get off the field. Okay. So here we go. First and 10 once again. Rodgers fakes a handoff, gets it to Washington, and what a huge play. What a huge play. It's a loss of about 9. Needed it. Golly, what a big play. Demetrius Knight coming up in, what is it, a loss of 8 yards? What a play by Demetrius Knight. Yeah, got out there quicker than the blocker on the screen play. Love it. So 2nd and 18, and that's a deflected pass from DJ Turner. Dude, DJ Turner is balling out. Juan Drago Turner II, you are balling out, dude. What a play. Frustrating Aaron. Oh, no. He's cramping. It's a cramp. It looks like a cramp. You never speculate, but it seems like everyone's pretty okay with what's going on, I think. Yeah. DJ Turner, man. It looks like a cramp. No one freak out. I'm not freaking out. You stop freaking out. I'm not freaking out. You're the one freaking out. Okay. It's cramps. That happens. It's hot out there. It's hot here in Cincinnati. It's like 90 plus degrees. And by 90 degrees, it's like 60. He's probably going to come off for a play, though. No? I think you have to if you're attended to. Yep. Oh, no. That's not good. I'm not freaking out. But dude has been balling out. For 6 quarters now. All right, 3rd and 18. Yeah, we got to double DK Metcalf. We just simply have to. You can't let DK Metcalf score here. 3rd and 18, and they score. Freiermuth over top of our entire secondary. On 3rd and 18, a beautiful pass from Aaron Rodgers and a beautiful catch from Freiermuth. What was our defense here? Did we just sit at the line? Did we just sit at the goal line and they just threw it over top? Yeah. Zone coverage. Just cover 2 and just slipped right by. BAT's up and good. It's a dogfight. Oh, my God. Shit. All right. Mono offense. I mean, I'm so traumatized from Steelers games of past. I'm so traumatized as a Bengals fan. Just tremendously traumatized because the first thing I think of is just like, oh, we're going to go 3 and out here, aren't we? And I got to stop doing that. I got to stop doing that. Positivity. Positivity wins. It always does. It always has. It always will. Positivity wins. Let's go down there and let's go score. Let's go score, people. Shit. Oh, all right. All right. Let's get down there. Let's get some points. It's a dogfight. JT513, $2 says, Hendrickson, thank you for your service. Yeah, if we start losing games, he's gone. But let's win this game. How has Golden not been fired yet? Golden's been fine. Golden's been fine. Third and 18. That's tough. I mean, it's also tough when your best player for the last 2 weeks leaves the play before. But yeah, I would have preferred them to just put up 3 there. All right, we got to score regardless. We got to score. We need points. Our defense was terrible last year with our last defensive coordinator. Maybe, and that defensive coordinator went to Indianapolis and has their defense looking like one of the best in the league. So maybe it's not the DCs. Maybe it's the lack of talent. Samaje Perine brings it out to the 34-yard line. Nathan, thank you for coming in here, you fool. Appreciate you having here, fool. All right, let's go and score. Let's get us some points. Sustained drive. I don't want the Steelers to touch this ball to the fourth quarter. That's what I don't want. Well, unless we break one out. First play. But I don't want the Steelers to touch this ball to the fourth quarter. First play is Joe Flacco dropping back to pass. Chase Brown is met in the backfield. It's a loss of 3 yards. Not good. Second and 13. We can't play tight. That's the one thing we can't do. We were in a position where it felt really comfortable for a second, and they go down and they score immediately. We can't play tight. Cannot do that. Second and 12. Flacco takes the snap. Looking for T. Higgins, found him, completes the pass. It's going to be a gain of 7 yards. Need a first down here. Need one. Can't get off the field. Can't give up that touchdown on 3rd and 18 and immediately get off the field. Come on, 3rd and 4. Flacco takes the snap. They send 5. Flacco wants it downfield. Andre Yoshivas with the completion. We wanted it all, and we got it all, baby. Huge play on 3rd and 4. And this is, guys, this is where I'm telling you to, at some point, you kind of trust the coaching team, or the coaching unit, because if that pass is incompleted, every single person in the chat would be saying how dumb we are for throwing it downfield. Instead, we throw a deep post route to our third wide receiver, and what does it get us? 40 yards. And we're in scoring position again. Sometimes you got to take shots. Sometimes that got to happen. That's why we bought Joe Flacco in, because he's someone who can take shots. 1st and 10 from the 24-yard line. Flacco, he's got to avoid a sack. He avoids it, gets it to T. Higgins. It's going to be a gain of 6 yards. Great pass, great catch. Man, I'm tripping over my own feet back here. There's all sorts of stuff back here. Second and 4. I said I do not want the Steelers to touch the ball until the fourth quarter. 2nd and 4. I believe that's Chase Brown in the backfield, and we're throwing the ball to Jamar Chase. He's got the first down and then some. Out to the 8-yard line. It's going to be 1st and goal from there. I'm cool with that too, Craig. That's what I said. I said the one caveat is if we score on the first play. First and goal. Jamar Chase just toppled 6,000 receiving yards. Flacco dropping back to pass. Ooh, that was a risky play. Out to Chase Brown, incomplete. Would have preferred a run there. Got to give the front office kudos when deserved, Reed. Well done on the Flacco get. At this point, yeah. And I'm dead wrong. I was dead wrong. I was against us going out and getting someone because I thought Jake Browning was as serviceable as some of these guys, but it's night and day, the difference. I mean, it's crazy how much difference they are. Second and goal from the 8. We hand the ball off to Brown. And we'll take it into the fourth quarter. But it's going to be 3rd and goal from the 5, and it feels like we need 6. Feels like we need a touchdown here. But everyone, it's that time. Craig Salen's got the right idea. We need those 4s in the chat, baby. We need those 4s. If you haven't already, give us a like. We need those 4s up. Here, I'll give you a little sneak preview. Craig's got his 4s up. I got my 4s up. Let's go. I'm nervous. I got to be honest, guys. It feels good to have meaningful football in the fourth quarter once again. I know we've kind of competed last week and the week before even against the Lions, but it feels good, taking a lead into the fourth quarter. And we're on the doorstep. I feel like we got to get a touchdown here. Feels like we got to get a touchdown here. All right. Oh, man. 3rd and goal from the 5. So here's my question, guys. What's the yard? Are you guys cool with going for it regardless if we don't get it? Because we're throwing the ball. So 5 yards is 5 yards. Is there a yard line in which like we get to the 1 or the 2 where you're like, okay, now we can go for it? Or are you wanting just 3? Tell me what you want if we don't get this touchdown on this 3rd down. Tell me what you guys want. I gotta be honest. I think I'm cool with going for it. I think I'm ready to rock. I want 2 shots in the chamber to go for it. Nate Johnson says 3 points forces the Steelers to go for a touchdown instead of a field goal. That's a damn good point. No matter what, go for it. And obviously, if there's a sack, you take the points. It's tough. I mean, this is why head coaches make millions of dollars. Would love to know what the analytics say. Zach hasn't been known to be super aggressive. Two shots at the end zone. You'd appreciate that. Is that the Hall of Justice? Nate Johnson said, let's score on third down and let's not worry about it. I'm cool with that. Oh, yeah, we're throwing it here. We're throwing the ball. You got to throw the ball. All right, 3rd and goal from the 5. Here we go. Flacco takes the snap, looking over the middle of the field, and he finds Noah Fant for the touchdown. We score. Don't even have to worry about going for it on 4th down because we're scoring on 3rd. Noah Fant with the TD. And we're back up again 2 scores. Hell yes. I hear them tuning up their instruments. You guys going to be singing with me? We got to see it go through the uprights. Golly, that's a huge weight off the chest, guys. That's a huge weight off the chest. Kick, good. PAT, good. We're back up 10 points. It's a 2-possession game with 14:57 to go here in the 4th quarter. And do you hear him? Hear that Bengal growling? Mean and angry, here he comes a-prowling. Lean and hungry, an offensive brute. Run passer boot. And defensively, he's rough, tough. Cincinnati Bengals. That's the team we're going to cheer to victory. Touchdown, Bengals. Put some points up on that board and win a game for Cincinnati. Cincinnati, Cincinnati. We got a team right here in town. Ain't gonna never let us down. Who they? Who they think gonna beat them Bengals? Who they think gonna beat them Bengals? Nobody. Needed it. We are an offensive brute. 3 touchdowns on the day for Flacco. Browning's last days. Yeah, it's crazy how bad Jake Browning was, man. And a great job on special teams, pinning them out at the 25-yard line. It's pretty good. Yeah, 16-13 might have been a bad call. I need a breather, guys. I need a breather. If we win this, we'll be 3-0 or 2-0 in the division and 3-4 overall. And yeah, that's why I'm with you. That's why I think this is such a huge game. All right, first play from the 27-yard line is to Jalen Warren, and it's a huge rush. They're across midfield out at the 40-yard line. It's a 30-yard rush for Jalen Warren. Buckle right back in, boys. Buckle right back in. This game, it's a dogfight. It's an AFC North dogfight. Oh, man. I mean, that hole's wide open. Wide open. Oh, man. Carter, good job on the angle tackle. All right, so they're out to our 36-yard line, so they're already in scoring range once again. 1st and 10 for Aaron Rodgers. Passes out to Freiermuth. Freiermuth gets away from Carter, and we can't bring him down before eventually Freiermuth is tiptoed out. And that's not what you want to see after a big touchdown. Man. Yeah, it's a bad, Carter's got to bring him down, or is that Knight? It's Carter. All right, 1st and 10 from the 18. Bad snap, and it's a quick screen pass to Pat Freiermuth, which kind of just disrupted the whole play. Everyone was, I think everyone on the Steelers side was just kind of shocked by the bad snap. So 2nd and 10. Oh yeah, Tyler J. This game is far, far from over. I mean, we've seen crazier stuff. I've seen this exact storyline on a Thursday Night Football game last year. We score a touchdown to start the 4th quarter to go up 10 points. 2nd and 9. Man in motion. Rodgers takes the snap, gets it out to DK Metcalf on a screen. Really nice job that time. Brooks with the tackle. Yeah, it's a really nice tackle. I mean, maybe I'm grading it against the misses that we've had, but that's a really nice tackle. Third and 4. Snap to Rodgers. Finds a man beyond the line of scrimmage. It's Washington beyond the line to gain. So it's going to be 1st and goal as they finally make a connection out to Washington, the tight end. And Washington, that's a big dude. That's a big fella. And no one on him, really. And the play just happened really quick. So it's going to be 1st and goal from the 4-yard line. Can we hold him to 3? I mean, this is such a quick drive. This defense, man. Jalen Warren on the carry. He's getting pushed. Kill the play, dude. Kill the play. Yeah, defense is struggling. I mean, we're having sustained drives. Do we just not have enough gas to go a full 60 minutes? Not that they were playing great in the first half, but it just feels like we run out of gas every game. They made some big plays, I guess, those first 2 weeks. So they've already gotten us 2 turnovers. 2nd and goal. Fakes the handoff. Rodgers over the middle. Finds Washington for the touchdown. Took 3 minutes and 45 seconds. And Washington celebrates with a 6'7" celebration. Is that how tall he is? Is that the joke? He's 6'7". He's too tall. Pretty funny. Pretty good. That's the one thing they always tell you about Pittsburgh is how well known they are for their humor. Really funny. 6'7". Yeah, Dodge. Yeah, I would have. I'll be honest. I didn't have high aspirations for that drive, but I would have liked more time off the clock. I would have liked to see at least single digits. Instead, it was 3 minutes and 45 seconds, and it was golly. Oh well. All right, offense. This feels like a last year game in every sense. It does. It does. The offense is doing great. Defense they got us 2 turnovers that led to points. And that's about what we asked from them. We know you're going to give up some points. We know you're going to give up a lot of yards, but can you get us some turnovers here or there? And it's going to require one more turnover. Oh, come on. Just win this game. Just win this stinking game, please. These commercials, I feel like, are just forever. I'm dying here. I need a breather. Let me get off my feet. Let me get off my feet for a second. I'm still here. Oh. So while I got you here, we part of my job is events, and we have these video boards that we run around and everything like that. And last year we actually got commissioned to work Thursday night football. It was the Thursday night game. I think it was in Detroit. I think they were playing the Packers. Jordan Love's Packers. And it was 5 degrees out in December. It was in December. And they were using our screen. And they set up this outside area for the analysts. Andrew Whitworth, all those guys. Oh, no. All right. We take the touchback. And they set up this outside area, and they worked on it for 12 hours. And the entire day, I'm like, they're really going to come out here in like 10-degree weather? And they're like, well, we'll see. It's all depending on how they feel right before the pregame show starts, which it starts at, 7:30? So they set up, it literally took 12 hours to set up this outside thing, and it's 7:15. They're like, yeah, the talent doesn't want to come outside, so they're just going to do the pregame show inside the stadium, inside Ford Field. So, we just sat there for 12 hours setting up, and then they're just like, all right, scrap it all down. It's just funny how much money they had 20 people working on this. All right, I'm locked back in. 1st and 10 from the 20-yard line. Chase Brown avoids one tackle, bounces out, and gets the first down. Would have been a 5-yard gain. He bounces out and runs around the entire defense, pushed out after an 11 yards. I don't care about clock, really, guys. We just think we got to get points on the board because it's clear that our defense is gonna get shredded pretty quickly. Fake the handoff. Flacco rolling out to his right, finds Noah Fant, stay in bounds. It's a big gain. He's across midfield out to the 44-yard line. Man, these games don't feel like AFC North games anymore, do they? They just don't. Is that just the new NFL? We kind of led the charge in the AFC North about playing this high-scoring game, but it's a huge catch and run by Noah Fant. Great play call. Once again, it's a really nice play call. Flacco dropping back to pass, and it is hit in the backfield, and it's going to be an incomplete pass. Don't show me a replay where he lost control of that ball before throwing it. Please don't show me that. I don't need that. That is a fact, AJ Worse. Tomorrow I'll be working later than that. I'm scared of a wacky, flacky play, if I'm being honest with you. Pass out to Jamar Chase. It's going to be a gain of about 6. It's going to be 3rd and 4. But luckily, AJ, I got 2 more weeks of this. I'm not this show, but I'm saying of like working 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day. No, it's fine. I like my job. 3rd and 5. Flacco drops back. Looks for Jamar Chase, who escapes 1 tackler, 2 tackler, brought down by the 3rd man. Big first down. I know you guys all saw the streaker across the middle of the field. Not an actual streaker, but was it Yoshi that just took off downfield? Looked like Yoshi was open. But we'll take the first down. 14 catches for Jamar Chase tonight. I know the record is probably something silly, but what is it? Is it like in the 20s? Chase Brown takes the handoff. And I was actually just thinking Chase Brown is the only guy that hasn't found the end zone tonight. I don't care who gets in. But we got to get in there. RoboBuck says, has there ever been an actual streaker at a Bengals game? Wasn't there someone that took the ball away from Brett Favre? Stole the ball, stripped it out of Brett Favre's hands, I'm pretty sure. 2nd and 3. Chase Brown to the right of Joe Flacco. Brandon Marshall, 21 catches. Thanks. Well, we ain't getting that. Really nice blitz by the Steelers, and there's a flag thrown on Amarius Mims, and Chase Brown got the handoff, and it's amazing that we didn't get blown up for more, but yeah, it's a hold. Yeah, that's Jalen Rivers. Just he saw that blitzer and he's just like, I'm not letting him blow up this play. Man. 2nd and 13. It feels nice. I don't know if we'll get a first down, but it feels nice knowing that it's 2nd and 13 and I still have confidence that we can get a first down. I never felt that once with Jake Browning. Just don't turn the ball over, Joe. 2nd and 13, Flacco alone in the backfield. Over the middle of the field, it's Jamar Chase who, in and out of his hands, threw it behind him. Show me the replay. Is that on Chase or is that on Flacco? Flacco rifles it in there, big dog. That's on Chase. That's a drop. He's amazed. What a reaction from Flacco. He's like, ah. Been throwing it to him all night. He's like, you dropped one? Seriously? 3rd and 13. Flacco alone once again. A lot of pressure. T. Higgins fighting for himself. Throw it. I mean, bullied. Threw him down. Not going to throw it? Oh, my gosh. I mean, I guess T. Higgins probably fought a little bit too, but let me see this. Okay. It looked worse live than it probably was. That's okay. Make this. 45-yard field goal, 5 seconds on the play clock. Snap is good. Kick is up and through the uprights. All right. We scored 30. We had a losing record last year when scoring 30. 7 minutes to play. Can the defense come up big? Oh, get Troy Polamalu out of there. Get old Head and Shoulders off my screen. So, he's still getting sponsored by Head and Shoulders. Who's your favorite Pittsburgh Steeler of all time? Trick question. They all suck. I hate them all. Every single one of them sucks. There is no right answer. Okay, what was the Antoine Randall L? Yeah, the quarterback. Didn't he play quarterback in college? The wide receiver? I liked Antoine Randall L. I'll admit that one. But they all suck. My sister married a Steelers fan. And me and my sister were best friends growing up. And now we're like kind of on the fritz because she married a Steelers fan. I don't know how I feel about it. This is going to be a stressful 7 minutes, isn't it? This is going to be a stressful 7 minutes. That's actually a good parameter. You guys are talking about Steelers. That's almost as bad as marrying a Cubs fan. Cubs fans are great. We're all great. We're gravy. We're loyal. We're loyal. It is a good barometer of how old you are, I guess, of which Steelers memory hurts more, the 2015 or the 2005. It's 2025, so hopefully we do not. If there's a playoff game this year between the Steelers and the Bengals, I'm not watching it. I can't watch it. All right. Seven minutes for the rest of our lives. Look at the flames. God, the whiteout does look sick. I mean, we got to admit the whiteout looks just cool. Really good return after we prevented them from having a good return the last time. They have a really good one there. Look how stressed they are. I mean, all these Bengals fans are so stressed. And I'm right there with them. There's third down guy. All right, 1st and 10 from the 39. Let's go. Come on, D. Oh, man. Aaron Rodgers under center. Ball at the 39-yard line. 6:52 to play. First play goes to Jaylen Warren. We hit him in the backfield for once. He falls forward for a gain of 2 yards. Who got off their block? Who was that? Second and 7. Warren being moved into the backfield. Rodgers in the shotgun. Talking to the line. Setting up the play. There's 10 seconds on the play clock. They use a lot of the clock every play. They go right back to Jaylen Warren. I don't know if that counts as a pass. Probably does. But it runs like a run play. And he's going to be short of the line to gain. It's going to be 3rd and about 2. They meant 3rd and 4, really. Is that Mark Holderbach? I think I just knew someone on screen. It looked like Mark Holderbach. 3rd and 4. It's 3rd down. Come on, let's get off the field here. Rodgers, shotgun. 3 to the wide open field. Ball in the left hash mark. Takes the snap, looking over the middle of the field. Incomplete. Incomplete. We got the 3 and out. Wait, are they going? Rodgers saying, wait. This ain't over yet. They going? Walking off. All right. Huge. Yeah, whatever that is. This guy. Run this play. Worked great. This play worked great. Although I need to see them actually punt it away. Snap, punt, off. Charlie Jones calls the fair catch and gets out of dodge. It is fielded out at the 9 or 10. This thing ain't done yet. This ain't done. Joshua Morgan, how do they not go for it? Because if they don't get it, the game would be over. It'd be a 2-score game. They have 3 timeouts. They can pin us deep. Like this can get. I would punt it. I would have punted it. What's my heart rate at? Heart rate's fine. Look at that. I'm calm. Punting it there was the equivalent of a top of the 10th sack punt. Yeah, well, that's what Craig put in a good point. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is that's exactly where I'm at. Is I've seen this play out before where we just hand the ball off 3 straight times and it goes nowhere. We've run the ball well today. We've been running the ball very well. Reed, that is why no one will remember your name. It's funny. I hope someone remembers my name. It's a unique name. I'm the only Reid Maus in the world, which is awesome because then I get my, like, anytime there's a new social media out, I just get I get that handle. All right. What do we need? We need points. I mean, they have 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning. It's not like we can ice them just with a couple first downs. But if we go and score, this game's over. It's a 2-possession game. So we need points. Need to stay aggressive. Hey, I'm all for giving credit where it's due, and we've been ripping on this defense for good reason all night. Defense came up with a big stop there. So give them credit where it's due. Positive reinforcement. Just pat them on the back and say, hey, good job. Let them know. Who's a good boy? This defense is. All right, come on, Bengals. 5:16 to play. Flacco dropping back to pass. First play, and we're trying something downfield, and Jamar Chase almost makes a one-handed catch. That's not a conservative play call. I'm deathly afraid of one thing at this moment and one thing only. Deathly afraid of it. I'm not going to say it, but you know what I'm talking about. Let's get points on the board. Let's make this a 2-score game. Come on. Second and 10. 3 seconds to play. We hand the ball off. Flacco! A Flacco run! What a play! I love this team! I love them! A read option with Wacko Flacco! What a play! What a play! That was awesome. That was awesome. I will never forget the Joe Flacco era for the rest of my life because of that play. That was awesome. Now we're trying downfield and we throw it away. He didn't make that catch. Zach Taylor. That rocked. That rocked, Zach. I mentioned on Off the Bench today, you guys for those that watched it, I said this is a kitchen sink game. This is throw everything you got. Whatever's in the bag, throw it out there. And that was a kitchen sink. That wasn't even Jake Browning, Craig. That wasn't Jake Browning. That was Ryan Finley that did smiling at the bottom of the screen. Flacco, he's going to get sacked. All right, well, we're not going to score. They should call a timeout. The Steelers should. But they're not going to, okay? Oh, man. Well, that's a bad 2 plays after how sick that run was. I respect the after that play, trying for the big shot. But it's 3rd and 18. We're just going to run the ball here. Make them call a timeout if I had to guess. No, we're not. We're going to go for something here. No, we're going to run the ball. And here comes the punt unit. As electric as that run was, 3 plays later. Golly, that was awesome. Let's make it mean something. Oh, man. Ryan Rico, how much leg you got in that thing? What a punt. Throw the flag. That was a hold. After the sack, that was the only play? I don't know, man. I guess you're right. It's 3rd and 18. You can't take a risk there. Oh, man. I can't watch either, Molly. I can't watch either. 2 minutes, 45 seconds. Up 6 points. They have the ball on their 44-yard line. We have 2 timeouts. They have 3 timeouts. Aaron Rodgers alone in the backfield. Can we draw up a sack one time? Rodgers drops back to pass. Surveys the field. Escapes the pocket. Throws downfield. It's tipped by Logan Wilson. Yeah, Logan. Wait a minute. Yeah, Logan. You're having a great season defensively, but, I mean, way to tip that pass. Actually, I mean, that's a really nice play, Logan Wilson. I mean, I was kind of being a shitbird there, but that's a really nice play. Second and 10. Pass completed over the middle of the field for about 15 yards to Wilson. Penalty on the Steelers. Repeating. Right, that was on, yeah, holding. Yeah, okay. Penalty on the holding. I saw him clapping. And it's like, what are you clapping for, fool? Yeah, it's a hold. That's a hold, big dog. That's huge. Better than a sack. Actually, it's not better than a sack because they still got to replay the down. But it's 2nd and 20. They're at their own 32-yard line. Rodgers evades a sack, tries downfield, and they've got a touchdown. Pat Freiermuth on 2nd and 20. 68-yard touchdown. How does that happen? How does that happen, dude? How? How? It's 2nd and 20. Am I begging if I ask for a missed PAT? Am I begging? Right down the middle. Geno Stone, you bum. Geno Stone, you bum! All right, Joe Flacco. 3 points. I can't believe how many times we've watched this story play out. I can't believe how many times we saw it last year, this year. Our offense plays phenomenal. phenomenal. And bullshit like that happens. We have plenty of time to score. Yes, we do. Come on, Joe Flacco. We got 2 turnovers. And we are still giving up 31 points. Return out to the 30-yard line. I just got to know how many yards we've given up. Team stats. 400. We have 418 yards. They have 391. All right, Joe Flacco. $215. What do we need to get to? We're at the 30. To have a shot, we got to get at least 30 yards. To have a shot. Got to get at least 30 yards. That gives us a kick. Flacco's first play. Completed out to Jamar Chase. Out to the 42-yard line. He is brought down at the 45. Big play. Joe and Jamar. And that'll take us to the 2-minute warning. Go warm up that leg, Evan. Oh, man. I seriously cannot believe. I mean, this feels like the exact same game that we played the Ravens last year on Thursday Night Football. Like, this feels the exact same. Or we're moving the ball at will. We're having exciting plays after exciting plays. And then it just comes, we lose by a point. Comes down to that. The 12-yard out route's working, for what it's worth. I said we need to get to our 40-yard line to give us a shot. That's a 57-yard kick. We are 15 yards away from that. I would like to get it in the 40s. We can kick a 40-yard field goal. And then it's coming down to Evan, who's been great this year. I mean, I know he missed a field goal. Was that last week or 2 weeks ago? I guess it's just hard to gauge Evan because we haven't had many high-impact plays, but high-impact kicks. But come on, Flacco. We need 15 yards. Give us a shot. We have 2 timeouts. So we don't have to stay to the sidelines, though. We're playing well on the sidelines. Those little 12-yard out routes to Jamar are open. Happen all game. Not a lot of trust in Evan McPherson from you guys. I'm just tired of the past 2 years seeing this game play out the way it does, man. All right, lock back in. 1st and 10 from the 45-yard line. T. Higgins working in motion. Joe Flacco surveys the middle of the field. He finds Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase has a first down. He's out to the 40. He gets out to the 37-yard line. We're in field goal range. Like, not field goal range. Like, we can kick. We can kick it. It's not a goofy ass thing. I'm sorry I'm cussing. I'm just frustrated. How does Jamar Chase get that open if you're the Steelers? How does Jamar Chase, based off the game he's had? How do you just forget about Jamar Chase there? I mean, wide open. I didn't know Aaron Rodgers was married. I see that wedding ring. I genuinely did not know he was married. 1st and 10 from the 37-yard line. Chase Brown, and we're gonna run the ball, aren't we? Are the Steelers gonna call timeouts? Yeah, they called one. Sorry if I blew right into the mic. Oh, man. Need it here. Need it here so bad. We need this. Both teams led by 10. From the 35-yard line, Flacco's dropping back to pass. We're trying over top to T. Higgins, who comes down with it, and he slides down at the 5-yard line. Just floated it up there for T. Higgins, who slipped around the cornerback. And it's 1st and goal. Run the ball. Run the ball. Make them use their timeouts. Run the ball. I mean, Joe Flacco, the touch pass there is crazy, especially in towards the field. Is that a bad pass, or is that just the greatest pass ever? Is that someone tell me if that's a bad pass or if that's the greatest pass ever? Oh my gosh. T. Oh, 1st and goal. We're at the 7. What a play. What a play. Oh my gosh, I love this sport. I love this sport, and I love this team so much. Come on. Come on. Flacco's going to take the knee, set up in the middle of the field. We're going to make them call their timeouts. We're going to take 40 seconds off this clock. And then we're going to, I guess we can take off more time. All right. 2nd down, my bad. I'm very flustered right now. I'm very flustered. Oh, man, there's a lot of time between right now and this kick. I mean, there's a lot of time between right now and this kick. Flacco takes about 2 seconds off the clock before taking the knee. So I'll take 40 seconds off. So it'll be about 10 seconds on the clock. So this is it. Oh, man. Come on, Evan. Oh. Oh, my God. I can't. We taking a penalty? Or we calling a timeout? Oh, brother. I mean, I'm just. My heart is going a million miles. My poor little heart. My poor little heart. It feels like it's going out of its chest. I'm freaking out. Oh, man. All right, Evan. mean, we have a great opportunity here. Just please, nothing just funky. Just a good snap and a good kick. Good snap and a high kick. Good snap and a high kick. Please, for the love of God. Good snap and a high kick. Good snap and a high kick. A good snap and a high kick. I'm freaking out, guys. Oh, man. Good snap and a high kick. What a game from Joe Flacco. 340, 3 touchdowns. What a game, dude. Good snap and a high kick. They did everything right. Everyone that said they should have tried for a touchdown, they've done everything right. They've done everything you're supposed to do. Come on, Evan. 36-yard field goal from the middle of the field. Snap's good. Kicks up and through. Kicks up and through. Yes! 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 We got a good snap, and we got a high kick, baby. We take a 33-31 lead with 7 seconds to go. They'll have one shot at this thing. Yes! Yes! Give us likes. Likes, baby. Sorry to beg, but what a game. What a blast. Game's not over yet. Michael Hart is correct. Michael Hart is correct. 7 seconds on that clock. Joe, I'm with you, brother. I'm with you. Oh, man. Oh, man. 7 seconds for the rest of our lives. Me and Craig Sandlin, we will be live 2 minutes right after this game. Seven seconds on the clock. No big return. Come on. No big return. And we are booming it. Not even giving them the chance. They'll take the touchback. Are they going to try something where they start at the 35, right? So are they going to try and do a 20-yard route for 5 seconds and kick a 60-yarder? This new kickoff rule, it makes the end of the game a lot more interesting, but not every game should end in a freaking field goal. Come on. Something good. Give me something good. Seven seconds here. From the 35-yard line. We send 3. Aaron Rodgers. Out route to Freiermuth. That's weird. That's weird. Just make sure we're tackling the guys. 3 seconds left. From the 40. Rodgers rolling out to the right. Here comes the Hail Mary attempt. Heaves it downfield. And it's deflected. The Bengals win. The Bengals win 3-4. Me and Craig Sandlin coming up here right now. Chatterbox Bengals. Give me that screen, and we'll give you some post-game analysis. All right, Craig. We are on here. We are live. What a freaking win, dude. What a freaking win. We needed it in the worst way. Golly. I mean, this team, they never cease to make your heart race, brother. They never cease to make your heart race. But what a win. It's always a glorious night when you can beat that godforsaken franchise that hails from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Hey, we talked about it. This was a must-win coming into this one. You couldn't afford to get behind even further in the division, obviously.
Right.
The Steelers came into this one sitting at 4-1. Bengals were reeling at 2-4, but looking positively in the second half against the Packers last week. And oh my God, it just you needed everybody, right? And it took everybody from start to finish. You talked about needing to get your playmakers the ball. I tell you what, Reed, I don't know if you've seen the final numbers, but I think they got the playmakers the ball in this one. Joe Flacco just invigorating this offense and giving Zach Taylor a weapon that he didn't have in Jake Browning. And man, oh man, what a win. Just what an environment in Paycor. I mean, I wish I was there. It just took me back to the days of, those, multiple playoff appearances and just, man, just got me going watching from home here in my office. It was a fun one.
Last Tuesday, morale around the Cincinnati Bengals was as low as I've seen it in the Joe Burrow era. Since Joe Burrow had been the quarterback here in Cincinnati, from where we started the year to where we were last Tuesday, I had never seen it lower. People like me, idiots like me, were saying like, hey, man, this thing might not work. And maybe it still doesn't work. But this team, we were down and out after 3 consecutive blowouts and being 14-point underdogs in the NFL, which never happens. And they make one trade. They make one move, which just that little spark of going out and getting Joe Flacco, when this team seemed like it had 90 problems, gave this team and what it seems like inherently, or this fan base and inherently the team, just enough inspiration, spark, fire, hope, whatever word you want to use. It feels back, and you saw it with the fans tonight at Paycor Stadium, where they were so into it. And it was such a great game, an entertaining game. Joe Flacco throws for 350 yards when he just joined the team 9 days ago. It is incredible what he has been able to do in his short tenure here. It really is. I mean, that's incredible, man.
Remember this morning when I told you that I thought it was going to be a 16-13 ball game, and if Joe Flacco throws the ball 40 times, we were in trouble?
Yeah.
Whoa, right. Was I wrong? Whoa, right. Was I wrong? Right. Man, it just, you start to see that spark, though, the minute the trade happened. Mm-hmm. Like, you saw the interviews in the locker room after that. Mike Hart wants to remind you to hit record if you didn't already. You saw recorded. The interviews in the locker room. You heard from Chase Brown and how different it was in the huddle, and how different Joe Flacco was relaying the play calls. And then obviously you heard from Jamar Chase and how he felt appreciative to this front office to give this team a chance, which unfortunately tells you a little bit about how they felt about Jake Browning at that point. But most importantly is it clearly reinvigorated this team. And you looked at the sidelines during those 2 games with Jake Browning, and there was no smiling going on. There was no energy. There was no excitement. And then you look at it the last 2 games, and last week, unfortunately, the Bengals dropped to the Green Bay Packers, but they looked better in the second half than they had in 2.5 games. And then obviously tonight, 4 quarters of football, Reed. Like, that was 4 complete quarters of football from start to finish. Yeah, you probably would have liked to see the offense get going a little bit more in the first quarter. I don't care. This is a win. It's a divisional win. You're a game behind the Steelers in the win column at this point. You're 2-0 in the division. You're back on track. And oh, by the way, for those of you that didn't join us in the pregame show, Joe Burrow's on track to come back.
Right.
And so a lot of positive energy right now, Reed, and I'm feeling it myself. I know this chat is feeling it. I'm sure if you're listening to this podcast on Friday morning that you're feeling it. I'm already getting blown up with text messages by family and friends that are wondering, about all this. But man, it's a fun night to be a Bengal fan.
So, while we're doing this, while we're sipping the Kool-Aid and getting really excited, I mentioned this earlier, and it's something that I couldn't shake out of my head all week because for some reason I felt like we were just going to win this game. I know people always say that afterwards, but all week I was like, dude, I just feel like we're going to win this game based off of nothing that I'd seen the Bengals do, and based off the Steelers were playing great. Like, it just didn't make sense. So I was like, I can't shake it that we're going to win this game. So I go ahead and you go, all right, you win. The Steelers still in first place. They fall to 4-2. We go to 3-4. All right, well, we play the Bears and the Jets before we play the Steelers again. We play the Bears and the Jets in a bye. The Steelers play the Packers, the Colts, and the Chargers before they play us again. There's a really, really legitimate shot. I don't want to say it's a good shot. There's a legitimate shot that when we play the Pittsburgh Steelers on November 16th, if we take care of business and the teams that they play and things kind of shake out the way that I expect them to play, that when we play the Pittsburgh Steelers on November 16th, it will be for first place in the division. It'll be to take the reins in the AFC North as we head into the final 8 weeks of the season. That is incredible to think about, and it's a long ways away, but you can see the path there. And I know we're drinking the Kool-Aid here, but you can see the path in which that game on November 16th means taking first place in the AFC North. But it's a long ways away.
There's a legitimate conversation to be had that not only could it be for first place, but you could have a 2+ game lead in the division at that point.
Yeah.
If you win your next two, you're sitting at 5-4 going into that game.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that it'll happen, but the Steelers very clearly have a path to being 4-5 at that point. And then if you go out and you win that game in Pittsburgh on the 16th that you're talking about,
yep,
and you beat them and they drop to 4-6, and now you're 6-4 with a 2-0 record against them in season, that's a big lead. It's a big lead.
I mean, even if you say we split the next two games. So we split the next two games and we are 4-5. And they go 1-2 against the Packers, Colts, and Chargers, and they're 5-4. We win that game on November 16th. Both teams will be 5-5, and we'll have we'll have the season sweep over them. We'll be 3-0 in the division. So it's this isn't like some fairy tale that I'm spinning. I'm not spinning yarn here. Like, this is something that could happen, but it's a long way away. Let's talk about this week.
It is a long way away. And Reed, you've been talking for a really long time. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a nice little break here.
Thank you.
Okay. For those of you that didn't get to see the whole game, I'm going to give you the rundown of how we got to 33-31. And I'm going to be brutally honest with you right now. There was a lot of action in this one. So I did my best to trim it down, especially the first half, which I already covered at halftime. But for the podcast listeners on Friday morning, I want to make sure that they get the full rundown. So Reed, you take a breather. I'm going to take over for the next, I'm going to be honest, this might be 5 to 10 minutes of me.
I'm going to go use the restroom. I'm going to go use the restroom.
Yeah. And then when I get back, we'll talk about it and we'll break it all down. But first, let's get into this one and how we ended up. If I could, for the life of me, if I could just update a score for once in my life, that would be really cool. But no, I refuse to update a score. Let me do it real quick before we get too far. 33-31 is your final. Here we go. Box score recap brought to you by Nicholas P. Kirby, even though he does the Reds games. Steelers take the ball first and convert a 3rd and 11 on a 39-yard pass to DK Metcalf. Then on 3rd and 6 from the 10, Aaron Rodgers extends the play and after 8+ seconds finds Jonnu Smith for a touchdown and a 7-0 lead. Teams went back and forth with punts, and then the Steelers put together a nice methodical drive but stall out after a penalty, wipes out a Jalen Warren TD, and then another penalty wipes out a 4th and 1 tush-push conversion. Steelers have to settle for a 41-yard Chris Boswell field goal and lead 10-0. Chase Brown starts the Bengals' next drive with a 28-yard run through the left side of the line. Flacco then finds Jamar for a 15-yard first down. Pirine picked up 10 on the ground, and then Flacco dropped one into Jamar Chase for an 8-yard touchdown to make it 10-7. 10-play, 72-yard drive took up 5 minutes and 48 seconds. Steelers try to go deep to DK Metcalf on the next play, but ball was badly overthrown, allowing Jordan Battle to pick it off at the Cincinnati 24. Chase Brown started the drive with another big gain, this time for 37 yards to the Pitt 39. 2 plays later, Flacco found T. Higgins on a crossing route, and T did the rest. He went 29 yards for a touchdown and a 14-10 Bengals lead. DJ Turner would then pick off Aaron Rodgers' pass intended for DK Metcalf at the Cincinnati 30 with 40 seconds remaining in the half. Bengals get the ball down to their opposing territory, call a timeout with 2 seconds left, and give Evan McPherson a 49-yard field goal attempt, and it's good to make it a 17-10 Bengals lead at the half. Bengals get a 26-yard return out to the 32-yard line to start the second half. Flacco later connected with Jamar on a quick slant for 16. Then on the next play, they go back to the slant on the other side of the field, this one for 14. A third down completion to Andre Yoshivas was inches short of the marker. Bengals go for it. Flacco gets pushed forward for a first down. Bengals unfortunately couldn't punch it in from the 8, and they settle for a 7-minute drive, ending in a 23-yard McPherson field goal and a 20-10 lead. Steelers get the ensuing return to the 40-yard line. Then Jalen Warren got 4 straight runs to start the drive, picking up 37 total yards. Bengals D stiffened up, including a Darnell Washington catch for a loss of 9. Pass intended for Jonnu Smith was broken up by DJ Turner, but Turner went down with cramps, and Pat Freiermuth was found open in the middle of the field for a 19-yard touchdown pass on the next play. Bengals still led 20-17. Bengals take over and face a 3rd and 4. Flacco found Yoshi for 37 yards on a post route to the 24-yard line. Flacco would later find Noah Fant on a slant in the end zone for a 27-17 Bengals lead. Jalen Warren broke multiple tackles on the first play of the next drive, picking up 37. Rodgers then found Freiermuth for 19 and Darnell Washington for a touchdown. The lead was down to 27-24. Bengals' next drive starts with a 12-yard Chase Brown run, then a 25-yard completion to Noah Fant. Flacco completes back-to-back passes to Jamar for 19 yards. Drive stalls after a Jalen Rivers hold. McPherson, 45-yard field goal is good, 30-24 Bengals. Bengals hold the Steelers to a 3-and-out and take over with 5:16 remaining at their own 10. But after an incompletion downfield to Jamar, the Bengals go option play, and Joe Flacco keeps it for a 12-yard run. Unfortunately, they couldn't advance it any further and have to punt it away. Pitt returned it out to the 44-yard line with 2 minutes and 46 seconds remaining. On 2nd and 20, after a Pittsburgh holding, Aaron Rodgers found a wide open Pat Freiermuth for a 68-yard touchdown that kind of felt like the dagger in the back of Cincinnati's hearts with 2 minutes and 21 seconds remaining. But the Bengals start their drive at their own 30. Flacco finds Jamar Chase for 15, taking it down to the 2-minute warning. Flacco finds Jamar Chase again on an under route, and Chase takes it for 18 down to the 37-yard line in Pittsburgh territory. After a Brown run, Flacco floats one to T. Higgins, who slides down at the 7-yard line. Bengals force Pittsburgh to use their final timeouts, run the clock down. Evan McPherson, good from 36 yards with 7 seconds to go. Bengals lead 30-31. A Hail Mary attempt from Aaron Rodgers is knocked down at the goal line. Bengals win in advance to 3-4 on the season. 33-31 is your final score. Joe Flacco, 31 of 47, 342 yards, 3 touchdowns, and potentially most importantly, no interceptions. Running game got going in this one. Chase Brown, 11 carries, 108 yards. Jamar Chase, 16 receptions, 161 yards and a touchdown. T. Higgins, 6 for 96 and a touchdown. Noah Fant, 4 for 44 and a touchdown of his own. Let's see if Reed is back from his bathroom break. He's back.
I'm back. I literally got back as you said, Evan McPherson kicks the game-winning field goal. And I was like, good timing. I'm right.
This is perfect. I'm glad I edited it to the exact length that you needed in order to get your potty break in after your 4-hour stream. But look, Reed, I know you didn't hear all that, but one of the most important factors in this game for me was the establishment of this running game. And that was really the first time we've seen a successful running game out of this Bengals offense this year. Chase Brown, 11 for 108. Samaje Perine added 7 for 31. All told, this Bengals offense, 23 carries, 142 yards, good for 6.2 per pop. Did you think that was as important as I did?
Yeah, no, it is huge. And as we know about the run game, it's you see 5 yards a pop or 6 yards, whatever it is, and it's not like that. Where you get that and where the run game really opens up is you've got to be able to hit those big running plays, those 15-yard rushes. Today, Chase Brown with a 37-yard rush. That's where it opens up, and those are the big plays. You can't always expect to get those big plays in the air, and you've got to be able to keep the defense honest. And they, for once, they did. For once, they did. And I like to make fun of, or at least poke back or push back on all the fans that always complain about play call, because I think it's such a tired thing, and you could always, it's because when you complain about play call, it's normally just because of unsuccessful plays. And they could run the same play and they can get 60 yards, and it's still a bad play call, but it worked, right? But those same people have said the same thing for years, and it's like, hey, we got to run the ball, and we got to get the ball to Jamar Chase. Well, maybe they were right in that regard, because you run the ball, you're successful running the ball, and you get the ball to Jamar Chase, one of the most elite playmakers this sport has ever seen, and good things happen. But yeah, the run game, for whatever reason, holes are starting to open up. We're starting to run the ball well. I don't know if it's Joe Flacco being under center more. I don't know if it just takes this much time for Zach Taylor to kind of calibrate what this offense needs, because it feels like the same thing over and over again. I don't know if this was a kitchen sink game. I don't know what it is, but it was clear that being able to move the ball on the ground opened up this entire offense.
Yeah, it's a combination of things, right? It's a chicken and egg conversation, and we've had these conversations before, but you have a passing game that really for the first time in 4 games actually is threatening. You have an offensive line with a veteran quarterback who's putting them in better positions, making better reads pre-snap, calling out assignments at the line of scrimmage, and making the appropriate reads to make the appropriate audibles. As we all know, most NFL teams go to the line with 2 calls on basically every play. And so it's up to the quarterback a lot of times to make the right read to determine which play is going to be most successful. And, I don't know if this is necessarily true or not, but like Joe Burrow just wants to air the ball out. And to me, I think he errs on the side of, if I think there's a chance, I'm going to throw the ball regardless. Right. And so even if there's a potentially positive look for the running game, he's typically going to throw the ball anyway, just because that's what he wants to do. Joe Flacco, as a veteran of 18 years in this league, yeah, I mean, it's nice for him to sit here and put up 342 yards in this game, but I don't think he really cares about that at this point. I think that's a byproduct of, I'm trying to put my team in the best position to win. And that means when it's appropriate and we've got a favorable matchup, I'm going to put the ball in my running back's hands. And when it's favorable and makes the most sense, I'm going to put the ball up for my wide receiver stars to go out and make a catch. And you were talking about it during the broadcast. Was that floated pass to T. Higgins a great pass? Was it underthrown? Was it just a wobbler? I don't know. I don't care. It was a completion, and Joe Flacco made it, and he's making these reads. Like you talked about another play where Andre Yoshivas was kind of streaking downfield, and yeah, he may have been open, but his job was to take the safety off and to take the linebacker deeper in order to allow, I think it was T. Higgins, to cross underneath on that play. And so, yeah, maybe they had a different look, but that wasn't the first read, and the first read was wide open. And Joe Flacco brings that professionalism to this offense that was lacking with Jake Browning. And so now you've got a team with a veteran quarterback who can read defenses, who can put your team in the best position to succeed, and can be a leader on the field, an extension of this offensive staff to make sure that the team is in the best position to make a positive gain on every single play. And for the most part, he's been able to do that.
It's crazy because I don't know how you felt about before we got Joe Flacco, how gung-ho you were about getting a different quarterback back there. But it's almost like, if you like analogies, it's almost like this offense, and I know the line isn't great, I know that the run game hasn't always been there, but it feels like this offense is like a brand new sports car. And our options were before, after Joe Burrow goes down, is we have this 15-year-old, 16-year-old kid that just got his license in Jake Browning that, his reflexes might be better. He might be more with it and anything like that. And that's the athleticism of Jake Browning, right? But the better option was the 40-year-old man that's been driving for 20 years in this league. That's Joe Flacco. Like, we're giving him a sports car. We're giving him Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Andre Yoshivas, Chase Brown, and we're saying, hey, this thing can run a little bit. Just put the key in the ignition and do your thing that you've done for 20-plus years. Like, we know you can run this offense. We know you can run offense. You've been successful. You're playing in your 40s for a reason. You won a Super Bowl for a reason. Here's the keys. Go and do it. And it's incredible to play. And I said this on the stream tonight. It is insane to me. And it's nothing that I thought about while Jake Browning was the quarterback. But when it's 3rd and 13, or when it's 3rd and 10, or when it's 3rd and 16, whatever it is, and Joe Flacco's back there, I actually feel like we can get a first down. I felt that with Joe Burrow, obviously, all the time. I never felt that with Jake. Like, I never once was – it was 3rd and 12, and I'm like, well, this drive's over. And it felt like any time that Jake Browning, shot him, the offense, had a penalty or just didn't get positive progression on the play, it's like, well, this drive's done. You don't feel that with Joe Flacco, which is an incredible place to be. It's incredible. That first drive, we have 3 drops and a penalty, and it's like, well, we can't do that. Our offense isn't good enough. Then for the rest of the game, we move the ball at will on the Pittsburgh Steelers. This offense is that sports car. This offense has the engines. It has the tires. It has the frame. It has everything you need to get where you need to go. And I think Joe Flacco is good enough to have this thing running at a very high caliber, as we've seen tonight.
Yeah, it's funny because even later in the game, it was 3rd and 18 after Flacco got sacked, and
Correct.
you wanted them to be aggressive and go for it in that situation and try and pick up a first down, and not worry about the clock and all these other things. It's just it gives you a different mindset in this offense, knowing that you have a capable quarterback. And you mentioned the sports car. It's like that meme where you've got this sports car sitting underneath a collapsing carport next to a dilapidated house. I almost think it's a little bit like the opposite, where you've got this like really nice house but a trashy car next to it, and that trashy car was Jake Browning, and now all of a sudden you've got that final piece to the puzzle, and you've got that sports car in the driveway of your mansion. Like, Joe Flacco is 40 years old. I'm watching him laugh and smile on this post-game interview. Like, I think he's having the time of his life right now.
How could you not?
When was the last time Joe Flacco had this kind of weaponry at his disposal in an offense that allowed him to play this kind of football?
And on top of that, he's not playing for anything other than just loving to play. He doesn't need money. He's not adding on. I mean, maybe he is adding on to his legacy, but it's not like he was like on a borderline Hall of Famer. Unless we win the Super Bowl with Joe Flacco, he probably ain't making the Hall of Fame, brother. So, like, it's not like he's adding on to his legacy. He's literally playing just because, you know what, I feel like I'm 40 and I still can play and I'm still enjoying playing, so I'm going to go out there and I'm going to have a lot of fun. Yeah, it's awesome to see, and it's an incredible spot to be in when you are that as an athlete. When you've got almost nothing to lose, and you can just go out there and just do what you've been doing your entire life, and you can still do it at a very high level. It's really cool. And I don't know if you're watching the postgame, but yeah, he's smiling there. He's grinning ear to ear. He's joking around. You saw it the entire game, and you can play loose. It's man, what a turnaround! How quickly things can change in over a 9-day period. It's truly incredible.
Yeah, and I truly believe it. And I said this when the trade happened, that this trade was as much about the front office showing the team and the fans that they were invested in making something of this season still. And just keep it backwards, dog.
I got it backwards.
Why are you even messing around with it? That's like this hat doesn't go forwards. Like I bought it. I liked the hat, but like this, whatever is happening up here,
The high crown, yeah.
Yeah, it just doesn't work for me. So, you know, I like the little twill, the little emblem in the front, but at the end of the day, just keep it where it is.
I got it. I'm back.
You know, you just need a nice little bee on the crown, just like I have it, so that you can still show off your fandom. Where are we at? I don't know. This is a different post-game show than we've had a chance to do this year, Reed.
Yeah.
I think Flacco, I think this front office showed this locker room that they had hope still, rather than just continuing to rock with Jake Browning. And again, Burrow was there tonight. I'm not even going to begin to act like Joe Flacco is anywhere near Joe Burrow. But if you're Joe Burrow, what does this do for your mentals and for your rehab assignment, knowing that you don't have to like overly rush back because you now have a competent quarterback, versus 2 weeks ago, he's watching Jake Browning throw ducks and he's like, man, if I don't get back sooner than later, we might not have a chance. Now he's watching Flacco out there sitting on the bench next to an 18-year vet. And he's like, all right, I can actually like go through my rehab, not have to worry about trying to rush back for Thanksgiving or trying to rush back earlier than I'm ready. Let's get back for December like the plan was from the beginning, and we'll be in contention. I have faith in this team at this point to be in contention, versus 2 weeks ago where he may have been sitting here thinking, well, I'm not even coming back this year because we're going to be out of it.
Well, yeah, I think
Did you think I was going somewhere else with that, where he thought like his job was in jeopardy?
No. My opinion is this. You're saying he can relax and focus on getting back. I think this adds kind of a little fire underneath him to be like, dude, we're going to be fine. Like, I'm sure over the last few weeks, he's like thinking to himself, if I come back in the middle of December and we're 3-13, what am I coming back for? Or 3-10, like, why am I coming back for those last 3 games if they don't mean anything? This can light a fire under him and be like, all right, let's get me right. Let's get me right. Joe's going to keep this thing afloat. Joe's going to win some games. And I know we keep circling those last 3 games of those Dolphins, Cardinals, and Browns. Can this team get to 7 wins before we get to those last 3 games? We'll see. But it certainly gives you a lot more confidence. And yeah, I think that does add a little bit extra to Joe, to where he was probably just thinking, Joe Burrow, that is, thinking like, hey, man, what's it matter? Like, I mean, not that I think that he's that kind of a player, but he's just sitting there going, I don't want to rush back from this injury to help us get to 6-10 or 6-11. I don't want to do that. Right. But now he can go like, dude, I'm gonna. This is giving me extra fuel to get back to playing for those final 3 weeks.
Yeah, well, I think everybody on the team's invigorated, whether you're Joe Burrow, you're Jamar Chase, or you're Dalton Reisner. I think all of them are excited now and see what, the potential for what this team can be. Now, the challenge is, and obviously there's more conversation to be had here, is can this defense step up? And can this defense back up this offense again and, maybe not force them to score 30 points to win a ball game? But the good news is that, similar to last year, at least towards the end of last year, at least the offense can pick you up if you have a down game, right? I thought the defense played relatively well for most of the Packers game until Josh Jacobs started to go crazy. I thought that the defense played relatively well in the Lions game until those turnovers gave the ball to the Lions deep in their own territory. So, I think I think ultimately tonight was a rough night for the defense, and specifically for whatever reason, this team for years now has had trouble guarding tight ends. And Aaron Rodgers threw 4 touchdowns tonight, and all 4 of them were to tight ends. After I spent the better part of the last couple of days talking about how this Pittsburgh team doesn't have any weapons, and all you got to do is shut down DK Metcalf. Well, DK Metcalf had 3 catches tonight for 50 yards. Meanwhile, Pat Freiermuth burned you for 5 for 111 and 2 touchdowns. Jonnu Smith had 3 for 28 and a touchdown. Darnell Washington had 3 catches, including a touchdown. So yeah, it's crazy that continues to be an issue. I don't know what the answer is. I think the answer is probably in the linebacking crew, but I don't know. I don't care right now is the other piece of it, Reed. Like, honestly, like, you and Stone can talk about that later this or maybe next week, I guess, at this point. I'm on such a high from Joe Flacco and Jamar Chase and T. Higgins and Chase Brown. Like, defense, the only thing I really care about on the defense right now is that they won the turnover battle. Mm-hmm. And they got 2 turnovers of Aaron Rodgers.
That we scored on.
2 picks in the first half that both of them turned into points. Yeah, I mean, it's
listen,
it's been a bend don't break defense, but man, sure would be nice to not bend for once.
I'm agreeing with you. It feels like it's you're burying the lead when we're diving into the defense, and there's a lot to talk about there, obviously. And we knew going into this year, we said based off this offense, we need this defense to be average, and this team will be really good. And when Joe Burrow goes down, you're asking that defense, hey, can you be a little bit better, right? Everyone's going to need to step up a little bit more. But I still think if this team this defense is an average defense, which it has not been that this year. It's played better at certain times. It feels like it feels like they run out of gas a lot. And frequently that is because you're turning the ball over really quickly. Like, you're giving the ball back to the offense and they're out on the field a whole lot. But in the past few games, it just feels like we get to late in the game and they kind of run out of gas. But they had a big stop there with 6 minutes to go and forcing the Steelers to punt. But the point I was going to make was all of us Bengals fans, everyone that has watched tonight, I think we're up to like 21,000 views on this live stream. Everyone that watched this tonight, we signed up for exciting football. Everyone makes fun of us like, oh, you run your team like a 12-year-old fantasy football general manager. You're going to pay a quarterback and 2 wide receivers, and you're like, yeah, well, I mean, they're our best players, so yeah, we're gonna keep those guys around here. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but they're our best players. I don't know what else you want us to do. And we signed up for what we saw tonight. Like, when we made these deals, when we came to grips with that's who our team's going to be, we're going to win games in the 30s. And when the cameras come to Paycor Stadium for a primetime game, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. And that's what we got tonight. And a lot of times last year, we ended up on the wrong side of it. For once, here against our biggest adversary, my least favorite sports team that has ever played a sport, we beat them tonight in a very exciting game. So we signed up for it, and we were coming out on the right side against the Steelers, so I'll take it over every single time. I'll take it.
I mean, that's really what it comes down to, right? We'll take it. And you mentioned it, but we had a couple super chats. I want to make sure we mention those. You mentioned the one during the game from JT513. Hendrickson, thank you for your service. I don't know if we really want to get into Trey Hendrickson tonight. He didn't play, obviously, in the game due to a back injury. A lot of conversation around him being on the trading block, or at least other teams being interested in him. I don't know if that's a conversation for tonight. JT513 also said, welcome to Cincy Joe. Joe Flacco. Welcome to Cincy. And then Chris Ackerman with a super chat said, nice to enjoy a game for a change. Still alive. It's funny, Reed. I mean, there were times where I was loving this game, especially when we had that little stretch of like 4 or 5 straight drives with points. Yeah. And then there were times like when we gave up that touchdown, that 68-yard touchdown to Pat Freiermuth, where I just wanted to pull my hair out. But that's what the Cincinnati Bengals team does to you. Like, it just puts you through so many emotions, which is really frustrating. And I feel like we're going to go through it all year long, but you're on the winning side of a primetime football game against a divisional opponent. And that's the most important part.
Also, I mean, I don't know how important it's going to play out towards the end of the year, but in an AFC where no one really knows who's really, really good, in an AFC where we're not sure who the elite teams are, we think we know, and we're probably right, but there's a very thick middle class. We're starting off 2-0 in the division and 3-1 in the conference. So that's pretty neat. Like, if we're fighting at the end of the year for a playoff spot with the Pittsburgh Steelers, we put ourselves in a good spot. If we're fighting for a wild card spot with the Jacksonville Jaguars, that puts us in a pretty good spot. So I don't want to look too far ahead, but it's a good start, about as good of a start for a team that lost their quarterback, lost their elite quarterback, which makes all the plays that you can ask for. So,
yeah, 2-0, 3-1 in the conference. Both of those things matter when it comes down to the tiebreakers at the end of the year, if you happen to worry about it. So, pretty crazy that this team is sitting at 3-4 with a negative 78 point.
Worst in the conference. Worst in the league. Worst in the league. Tied with the Tennessee Titans. Love it.
Yep.
Love it.
Yep. So, pretty crazy, but yet here we are, and hard to say it, but hard to believe it, but really in control of your destiny at this point a little bit, Reed, and to steal a little bit from baseball and talking about magic numbers and all those things. The truth of the matter is that if the Bengals can go out, take care of business the next 2 weeks against the Jets and the Bears, they're going to have a really big opportunity coming up in November against this Pittsburgh Steelers team after a bye week, to really put, for lack of a better term, put a clamp on the division and hopefully put themselves in a position to make a run. Yeah.
You get a long break, and you're playing who a lot of people think is the worst team in the league next. So a chance to, add on, get back to 500. You're playing them at home and just continue the momentum. And then hopefully that Bears game, I think, is going to be a dogfight. I think the Bears are actually pretty good. Or they're a playoff contending team too. So they're not someone you can step over. But there are two games that you got to play well on. But for tonight, you get to just enjoy a really cool win against our biggest foe and the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, the Jets going up against the Panthers at home this week. Jets, last I checked, 1.5 point dogs at home to those Carolina Panthers. And they are up next for the Cincinnati Bengals. The Jets come to Paycor Stadium next Sunday, the 26th. It'll be the Bengals and the Jets, 1 p.m. on CBS, but we hope you'll join us right here on Chatterbox Sports on YouTube and on all the social media channels. We'll have a pregame show for you starting at 12:30, and then, of course, a watch-along and a postgame show, as we always do. UC great. Can I call him a great? I think
he was great at UC.
Yeah, he was great at UC. Sauce Gardner comes back with the Jets, and DJ Turner, who's been playing great for the Bengals, has an opportunity with Justin Fields at quarterback to try and continue his run. He'll have to go up against Garrett Wilson in this Jets passing attack that saw Justin Fields throw for less than 50 yards last week, something crazy.
Disgusting.
So it's certainly setting up for a chance for the Bengals to get to 500 and get to 4-4 going into that Bears game. And Reed will be here, I assume, off the bench tomorrow?
I will be on off the bench tomorrow.
Okay, so off the bench tomorrow to break this one down even more with Stone Shields, who is at the game tonight, can give more insight into the atmosphere, into the game. And then throughout the week next week, 10 to 12 p, Monday through Friday, off the bench. We'll have you covered with Cincinnati Bengals coverage, and certainly talk about all the other great news coming out of the NFL weekend. So Reed, final thoughts. We had another super chat come in.
We had another super chat. Swaggy Plague put in $1.99, said, "Let's go, Joe." Reed's rally cap came through. That's right. Let's go, Joe.
That's right.
It's hard not to get fired up. Thanks for the super chat, Swaggy Plague. Final thoughts are, man, it feels great to beat the Steelers. What a game from DJ Turner, amongst others. If you wanted to say one defensive player, what a game from him. He's really shined these last 2 weeks. Joe Flacco runs a professional offense, and we greatly appreciate it. Man, I wish we would have got him about 3 weeks before we did. I wish we would have got him because we probably have at least one more win amongst those games. I don't know if we would have won any more, but we definitely would have won at least one, and we're looking at this season a whole lot differently. But the season's alive, the season's afloat, and we look towards 2 more home games in the next 2 weeks, and hopefully we get some wins. Craig, thank you so much for being here, man. Thank you for spending your time.
Absolutely. Appreciate everybody in the chat. Sitting now at over 20,000 views on this stream. We sincerely appreciate it. We appreciate the super chats, appreciate the likes, and if you haven't already, make sure you like the stream. It does help us with our reach. And make sure you follow us on social media, C-Box Sports, everywhere you can find us. And as always, make sure you check out Omaha Steaks for their early Black Friday sale. Get 50% off site-wide, plus an extra 20% off select favorites, Read. And then use code Chatterbox for an extra $35 off on top of all that. omahasteaks.com to place your order. Terms apply. And with that, we shall see you next week. Reed will see you tomorrow. I bid you adieu, and I bid you a hoo-day.
Hoo-day.
Wrong screen.